Here we are at the city of joy, Kolkata, the land of the iconic Howrah Bridge and the imposing Victoria Memorial. The land where we also witness the religious grandeur of Durga Puja. And this is where we kickstart the 2025 Indian golfing season with the PGTI Players Championship presented by the Tollygunge Golf Club. The first 2 days saw plenty of low scores. The cut came down at 2 under 138. 59 professionals and 1 amateur made the cut. 5 players were bunched in tight third place at 10 under 130, including Hani Basoya, Rahil Gangjee, Kolkata's SSP Chawrasia, M. Dharma, and Arjun Sharma. But it was Chandigarh's Yuvraj Singh Sandu who stormed into the sole lead, courtesy a tournament low of 9 under 61 in round 2. The 27-year-old Yuvraj Sandu, a winner of 9 titles, including 1 on the international stage, followed up his top-notch 63 in round 1 with a sensational 61 on Wednesday to move into a commanding 3-shot lead at 16 under 124. It's now day 3 at the PGTI Players Championship 2025 presented by Tollygunge Golf Club. We had a bit of overnight rain, early morning fog, but the sun is now peeping out and warming the players up. But the big question, I've got Nikhil Kalan alongside me. I'm your host on the course, GS Vivek. Big question, Nikhil, is there anyone who can stop Yuvraj Sandu right now?
Well, Yuvraj has been on fire, like you said, Vivek, last 2 days. He's coming off good form. From end of last year, he had 2 top 5 finishes on the PGTI last year, year ending. And he's started from where he left. So he's had a great history of playing well at this course. He's won here before and he has set the 4-day record for the lowest winning total here back in 2022, which was 21 under, and he is already 16 under now after 2 rounds. So yes, there are a couple of candidates who can catch up with him. Right behind him is Jamal Hussain, who's also a former winner here at Tollygunge Club back in 2020, so one can't count him out. He's been in scintillating form last year. And we have the legend SSP Chawrasia, another 3 shots back, so anything can happen. He's also playing in familiar surroundings.
But just to give a context of Yuvraj Sandu's great form, what were the scores last year here at the Tollygunge?
Well, Yuvraj is already 16 under, and last year the winning total was 20 under by Manu Gandas. So you can well imagine, that record from last year could be broken, and Yuvraj could be on his way to breaking his own 4-day total of 21 under.
I'm going to ask your prediction for the score, at least for today.
I think he could go up to 22 under today, at
And
least.
for the overall?
Overall 22 under. And today and after that, if you look at the whole week, he could surpass the PGTI record, which is 24 under. So that could be quite an achievement.
Yeah, records could tumble here at the PGTI Players Championship 2025. It's a season opener. But right now, let's go back to live action. We've got V. Krishnaswamy and Ashwin Krishnan waiting in the studio. Over to you guys.
Hello, viewers, and welcome to the third day's play of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, the opening event of the season, the third day's play, and of course the action is going to get really intense as in a few minutes or a little while the leaders will get onto the course. The leader right now, of course, Yuvraj in a couple of 2-3 years back when he came very close to winning the Order of Merit, and he is followed by Bangladesh's star Jamal Hussain, a man who has a victory at this very golf course, and of course Calcutta's favourite son SSP Chawrasia also in the lead group. There is Yuvraj Sandu at 16 under, Jamal at 13 under, and SSP Chawrasia at 10 under. There are 4 other players at 10 under: Dharma, Arjun Sharma, Hani Basoya, and another former Calcutta man, Rahil Gangjee. And then there is the evergreen Shamim Khan. I can't even remember when he started playing golf. It was so far back. And of course, he's been one of the stalwarts. And he's there very much there at 9 under. Of course, Yuvraj seems to have gone way ahead at 16. But still, 36 holes to play. Anything can happen. Ashwin?
Morning, sir. Morning, everyone. It's an extremely interestingly poised. This is golf, as Swami sir just said. Anything can happen. 1600 is a very healthy score after 2 rounds. And incidentally, Yuvraj Sandu got a 61 yesterday, carded a 61 in the second round, which is just one shot adrift of Indrajit Balotia's course record of 60 in 1998 at this very course.
I don't think Yuvraj was born at that time.
Probably not.
he.
Probably not. So, interesting times. Let's see what unfurls in the next 2 days.
Tollygunge is one of the two famous clubs in Calcutta, both of them within a kilometre and a half of each other, across on either side of the road, the famous Tollygunge area. And Tolly is a par 70 course, a beautiful course, a much loved club actually. And I believe, of course, I went there a few years ago, and it has absolutely amazing food there, lovely rooms, and of course, the course, as we all can see, is lush and of course set for the third round of the opening event of the 2025 season. I mean, it's all to play for, and we all know that this last few years, there's been a lot of incentive for the Indian players, the Tata Steel PGTI players, to play well on the domestic tour. For the winner of the Order of Merit gets a full card into the following season's DP World Tour. As Alawat, the 2024 Order of Merit winner, is now playing on the DP World Tour, and before him it was Om Prakash Chauhan and Madhukant Das. So Veer Alawat is the third person to get there, and Rahil Gangjee, the man who's there on the screen with Hani Basoya there, and of course Shamim Khan. These three guys, all great friends, and Shamim Khan, of course, like SSP Chawrasia, a small man who packs a lot of punch. He is there, and Rahil Gangjee, now 46 years of age, seems to be getting back to his prime form. He was third on the Asian Development Tour last year with 2 wins, and of course he came second on the Indian Tour, the PGTI, and we're behind Veer Alawat. Of course, the margin was a big one. And this year, Rahil has set a goal for himself, that is to win his first Order of Merit on the PGTI Tour. This is where he started from when he was there. Now, of course, he's shifted his base to Bangalore, which seems to be attracting a lot of golfers. So Rahil's got his goals clear. There he is. You can see a small wave of hand, a very cheerful man. And of course, he loves his golf. I mean, he wanted to be a jockey at one time, and of course, his father didn't allow that. And so here it is. So this man is now Hani Basoya, of course, smiling, another young man who got married about a year and a half ago. He's also a very consistent golfer, though I think he used to play golf as a junior alongside Arjun Sharma. And of course, Shubhankar is now on the DP World Tour, and I think Hani would love nothing better than to join his old friend Shubhankar on the international platform. And Shamim Khan, I think right now, Ashwin, you were having a look at the stats. I think he's got the most career earnings, doesn't he, on the PGTI Tour?
5 crores, sir. That's a lot of money. And golf, thanks to PGTI's efforts, has been propelled to a different strata altogether. People can actually look forward to making a living out of the sport. Of course, you've got to work hard at everything to get to a certain level in life. That's the leader group.
Sorry, that is Sachin Basoya, not Hani Basoya, Sachin Basoya. All the Basoya family who's there. I believe there's another one coming up, Rohit Basoya also. So, of course, they're not directly related, but all from kind of the same group. So, wonderful to see all the Basoyas there. Sachin Basoya, Shamim Khan, and Rahil Gangjee. This is the third last group. And in the second last group, you will have Hani Basoya. So he was there with them for a short while when we saw him on the screen. He will soon be doing off in the next group alongside Arjun Sharma and M. Dharma. And here is Rahil Gangjee, 10 under, 6 shots off the lead, which is currently held by Yuvraj Sandu of Chandigarh. Rahil Gangjee has got 8 pro wins, 3 of them on the PGTI Tour. And he hasn't won on the PGTI Tour for some time now, since 2018. but a wonderful player who's seen all the ups and downs, and one of the few players on the world circuit who's had a hole in one on a par four, and that was when he was playing on the Conferry Tour, which was then called the Web.com Tour. So there it is, and off they go. Sachin Basoya, Shamim Khan, and Rahil Ganji in the third last group on the third day of the PGTI Championships at the Tollygunge Club. Lovely aerial view. And that's Karandeep Kocher. He's a group ahead of Sachin, Shamim, and Rahil. Karandeep Kocher is 8 under. A lanky guy who can actually shoot real low scores. He won on the Pro Tour while still being an amateur many years ago. In fact, he was the first one to do so.
Interesting stat about Karandeep sir is he's had only dropped only 3 shots thus far in his 36 holes.
And I'm sure he's thinking that was 3 shots too many.
Very true.
20 years ago. It's been 20 years since Rahil became a professional. Though I think Ashwin, you and I were privileged to see Rahil represent India as an amateur in Bangladesh in I think 1998, 99 when he played the Saad Cup alongside Ashok Kumar and Simarjeet Singh. Since then, it's been 25 years, and 20 years ago, as a pro in his first year, he won both the domestic and the Asian Tour.
Time does fly.
Absolutely. Harsh Gangwar, a young man who's looking for his maiden win on the PGTI Tour. This is Harsh Gangwar, Karandeep Kocher, and Saptak Talwar are in this group.
Narrow miss. It's a very tight fought contest with, except for the top 2 players, you've got 5 players tied at third position. You got one, that is Shamim Khan, occupying the 8th spot. Otherwise, you got 7 or 8 players tied at ninth position. So it could be anyone's game, considering there's 2 rounds of golf to go.
Ryan Kanchi missing the fairway there. But he will know this course like the back of his hand.
It's an interesting course. I still have a golf ball which was picked up by Haina. And there were 3 holes dug in the ball by just the act of picking it up, and it dropped it, and I picked it up and brought it home. So it's got its share of flora and fauna. Club selection is key to success, especially when you're tucked away to the right of the fairway.
Decides to play it safe rather than go for the green. Sometimes it's better to be a little safe than over aggressive. This is a short course, a very birdieable course, a lot of birdies out there. So the last thing you want to do is to give away a bogey. So no chances there. No taking chances. Jamal Hussain is a 13 under. lying second, 3 shots behind Yuvraj Sandu. Shamim Khan, a legend on the domestic tour. Shamim Khan has got the third highest number of wins on the PGTI, and of course there were quite a few before that too. So he's a massive. He's a winner in the truest sense, winning in all conditions. 15 wins on the PGTI tour.
And he's 46 years of age, so age is no bar when you're playing quality
Absolutely.
golf.
Absolutely.
Shamim is playing steady golf. He shot a 3 under in the opening round and a 6 under in the second. So he's building up to something big from the looks of it. He's an attacking golfer. We've seen him even in events as recently as in 2024, coming back from behind and posing a challenge to the eventual winner. He hasn't managed to win, but he has definitely threatened the top spot.
And there is this group, Hani Basoya, the man in the middle, dark shirts, smiling as always. Arjun Sharma there in the striped pink shirt. And the third one, M. Dharma. That's now just goes a bit wide. A testy region there for a pass start.
Which one of the Baisoyas related to Gus Ram?
I'm sure all of them.
All
Well,
of them?
so as an entire clan, as an entire village, there's some relation or the other with each other. And they always, whenever you ask them who's their brother, they say all of them. So they treat each other, all the entire clan as brothers.
Unity in diversity.
But wonderful guys, all of them, and have done pretty well as a huge, massive family, oblique village in golf.
With your vast knowledge of the sport and your having engaged with each of these golfers personally, why is it that certain pockets of like the Baisoya village, why does it throw up some outstanding golfers?
It's always a question of somebody setting an example and kind of becoming an inspiration for the others. And when you see what life can do or what the life could be, when you focus on sport or when you become good at some sport and kind of excel at it. This is what Hani did, and the others are trying to emulate him. Rohit, Sachin, and the others. So I would say it's also, a bit of I would say it's hero worship, but certainly an inspiration that you can get out of the other colleagues. So, which is what I say, Hani has done a lot for the others in his village. There used to be this swimming village where Karan Singh Rokas was the hero, just outside of Delhi. Similarly for the Masoyas, these are people who've been trendsetters in their own way. And what can be better for Indian sport than to have youngsters like this?
While Ganji, an old hand on these greens, knows them better than his own PAN card number, I'm sure. Always a threat.
And good back there from Hani. Splits the fairway. Perfect. Of course, lucky to avoid those two divots there. Arjun Sharma.
One of those courses where you can use a driver relatively freely, the Tollygunge clubs.
Look at that majestic building out there. Arjun Sharma, he's been playing a bit on the Asian Tour, the Asian Development Tour, and the PGTI, dividing his time between the three while looking for his maiden professional win. 31 years of age. There it is, the a good look at the clubhouse behind him. It's a great club, historic one, and a wonderful golf club culture that Calcutta has, and a great sport for city, a city of joy, and a city of joy for sports lovers in particular. It's produced many champions in many different sports. Of course, in golf, led by Arjun SSB Chawrasia, Rahil Gangjee. Now, of course, Bangalore seems to own Rahil. This man, Dharma.
Short and crisp, to the point, but splits the fairway into.
Just like Arjun Sharma, you can see both the golf balls there. Play started a bit late this morning at the Tollygunge Golf Club. That was a nice putt there, smooth and efficient.
The course looks in great shape, lush green.
This is Sapta Talwar. He's played golf in a few countries. He used to be on the Mackenzie Tour in Canada at long back. Then decided to play here in India. He's come pretty close to qualifying from the Challenge Tour which is the number two tour, the Hotel Planner Tour as it is now called. He's been on the reserve list for a couple of those international events. I'm sure he's looking forward to the two events coming up next month, the Kolkata Challenger at the RCGC and then the Delhi Challenger at the Classic. So those should be two good opportunities for Saptak and many of the other Indians to try and make a mark. If you remember, Om Prakash Chauhan one of the Challenger Tour events about 2 years ago, and that helped him top the order of merit that year, and he went on to play the DP World Tour the following year, unfortunately without much success. So he's back here on this tour, on his home tour, where he's found a lot of success.
As we slowly inch towards the leader group, it's interesting to note that at 16 under, Yuvraj Sandu is just 8 strokes adrift of equaling the 4-day tournament winning tally of 24 under. That's a record in the PGTI. Of course, Gaganjit Buller shot at 25 under in at Jamshedpur at the Tata Steel Tour Championship in 2023, but that was without preferred lights. Otherwise, there have been 4 occasions where a total winning total has reached the mark of 24 under. Let's see if Yuvraj Sandhu or anyone like Jamal Hussain or Rahil Gangjee can reach that figure.
24 under has been achieved by a few players out there on the PGTI. The lowest winning totals, it was achieved by Anirban Lairi at the PGTI Players Championships at Ambivali in 2010, by Rashid Khan at the Citibank American Express in Chittagong in Dhaka in Bangladesh in 2019. 24 under by Akshay Sharma at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship, by Panchkula Club, which was played across 2 venues in Panchkula and Chandigarh. That was in 2020, and the last man to achieve that, of course, was also Manu Gandas at the Dream Valley represented Woody Masters. In-house statsman Nikhil, who heads the media communications department at the PGTI, informs us that the four-day record total at Tollygunge is 21 under achieved by Yuvraj in 2022.
Manu Gandas came pretty close to that last year, 20 under.
So the scoring has been actually pretty solid on the PGTI tour for the last few years. As the purses have gone up, there is no tournament. I think almost no tournament is less than a crore of rupees. And when you have a crore of rupees at stake, I think the winner's stake is 15 lakhs. And that's a pretty hefty sum, a good amount. The PGTI Tour is one of the most solid ones in the region in Asia, apart from, of course, Japan and Korea, which have had a huge legacy. Professional golf in India has actually seen a big, huge takeoff in the last few years. The purses have gone up. The tour championships is worth over 3 crores, which is like, if you convert that into dollar terms, it would be about over 350, all around $350,000, which in a few years was good enough for an Asian tournament. And even now, many of the hotel planner tours, the second level tour in Europe, of which the Kolkata and the Delhi Challenger are a part of, they carry a purse of about 300,000 euros. So a 3 crore tournament on the domestic tour is equivalent of that in terms of dollar price money.
An interesting question to ask you, sir. How do you think the style of play has changed, considering the fact that golf has grown so much exponentially as a revenue stream, also as a potential earning opportunity? How do you think the style of play has changed? Have people started being more cautious? Has it become more attacking as a sport?
Well, it depends upon the personality in terms of the style of play, attacking or very defensive, trying to play a bit safely. That's also the attitude of the players, and also, of course, as many have shared, that it also depends upon the situation. I mean, you wouldn't expect them to attack needlessly if they have a very handy lead, but on the other hand, if they realize that the holes are running out, especially on the final day, then they have to make a charge for it. And as for performances going up, we're getting better and better. That's the credit, of course, is also to the golfers for having worked so hard, but also the equipment, the quality of equipment, the nature of equipment. You have that many more clubs there. And look at it, even the media focus has become massive. You've got, say, the domestic tours are now being telecast like we are telecasting the opening event of the Tata Steel PGTI Tour, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championships at the Tollygunge Club. All these things, put together, media focus, better equipment, and all these players are now fitness conscious, diet conscious, and they all have regular caddies. They train a lot, and kind of exchange notes and the kind of equipment that they have now. Not just the clubs, but the things like TrackMan, Aimpoint, etc. I think all of that put together, has raised the level of golf. Of course, many people, like the recent exchange between Colin Morikawa and Lucas Glover on the world stage, where they're talking about the pace of play. Many feel that the usage of aim point on the putting green actually slows play, which Colin Morikawa, who's a great supporter of aim point, disagrees with. That was a little bit of a unfortunate miss, because the edge of the cup and stayed out.
Try for show, putt for dough.
That's right. Rahil Gangjee takes a deep breath, calms himself, knows it's not the best of starts there to miss a putt like that, but you cannot cry over spilled milk. So he knows continue and stay focused. There's a lot of golf to come. 35 more left in this tournament for Rahil.
Interesting to see in round one, Rahil carded six birdies in seven holes on his after making the turn. Except for the 11th, which he parred, he had a string of birdies in the 10th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th, and 16th. That set the ball rolling for him.
That was the way he was always. He would get birdies and in a bunch when he was young, and then it continued for a while, and then kind of, there was a bit of a drop in his form. Here is the final, the lead group, and the man there, a six-time winner on the Asian Tour, four of those wins on the DP World Tour, 46 years of age. I think 46 seems to be the number. Shamim Khan, Rahil Ganji, and SSP Chawrasia. And off he goes, the Calcutta man, who lives so close to the RCGC and, of course, also to Dolly. Now he is there trying to get back his mojo. He says he is also aiming to follow G. Milkha Singh onto the senior tour in Europe and hopefully in America also. So there was Chawrasia playing in the lead group at 10 under. And here is another line from Bangladesh, following in the footsteps of Siddiqur Rahman. Jamal Hussain, a four-time winner of the PGTI. And of course, he knows this club a bit. He won many years ago on this. I think the tournament at that time was called as the Bengal Open. And I do remember some glimpses of that, not very clear, though I think Hani Basoya was one of the contenders challenging him that year. I think it was 2019, if I'm not wrong. But, like these guys, they're getting old. I'm getting older. So my memory often, kind of, plays tricks on me.
You're the youngest old man I know, sir. I can tell you.
You are a kind man. So there it is. Yes, indeed. The records show that it was a Tolly in 2019 Bengal Open when Jamal won and Hani Basoya was second. And here is Yuvraj Sandu, 9 wins, professional wins. He's also won on the Asian Development Tour. He's a wonderful young man who has a lot of dreams for golf. He's a man who's closely followed by his father. His father is a massive support, and he says that he wouldn't have been here, he wouldn't have reached this level, but for this amazing support from his father. I wonder if he's there walking with him. I know that he was here in Delhi for the International Series event late last month.
That's not a great start by Yuvraj, but better to get away with murder early on. He is tucked away behind a tree to the left of the fairway. Beautifully manicured fairways of the Tollygunge club, lined by trees on either side. Forgiving to an extent, but errant shots will be punished. So accuracy is key to success on this outstanding par 70 facility. The ball looks like it's wedged on the edge of that bunker. It's a little hard to get it up onto the green, but let's see how this shot is executed.
Harsh Gangwar. The stance is very crucial when you're trying to get out of a deep bunker.
He's not done a bad job.
Arjun Sharma, the only one to have, I think, picked up a shot there. So he is 11 under. He birdied the first one. The good thing about Arjun is that he is willing to stake it all and invest in himself and try and go and play abroad to try and see if he can get on to the next level, the international stage. So I would say a very ambitious man who wisely kind of, chooses the events, wants to play a lot, but at the same time, careful not to overplay. And I think that sometimes is the key, for how you kind of, pace yourself in a matter of saying.
Chippat Chawrasia, as he is fondly known, a brilliant exponent of the short game.
He once told me that while he doesn't mind me calling Chiputsi, as some people say, Chipacharas, he says, then people don't seem to be doing justice to the other parts of my game. Of course, short game is very crucial. He's not the longest of drivers, but there have been times when his accuracy more than the distance has been the crucial factor.
What an outstanding shot. He had to innovate to get that ball to swerve left to right, but he's
There it is.
4
Look at
feet from
it.
the pin.
Iron play, marvelous play there. So, which actually lends weight to what he once told me. And
Timely shot, sir.
absolutely, no question.
From the looks of it, Chorsia is will nudge closer to the leader after this, assuming he sinks this putt. Sitting at 10 under, he will nudge alongside Arjun Sharma if all goes well. There's the leader, Yuvraj Sandu, tucked away behind the thicket.
There is a lot of trees there. He's got to wide many those branches, but I'm sure he's seen a passage through from there to hopefully to or close to the green. A measured walk. One other good thing about Yuvraj has been that he has learned how to calm himself on the course. He's not allowing those mistakes to affect him as it did, say, a few years ago when he was much younger. I've seen him play at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championships a few years ago before he turned professional. At that time, he wanted so much and he wanted all that quickly. So there were times when he would make mistakes, but now much calm. A bunch of wins, five of them coming in a single year in 2022. That was the year he came pretty close to winning the Order of Merit. He was leading by a long margin before Manu Gandas came up with a series of wins in the latter stages of the season to pin him at the post, as it were. Here is Karandeep Kocher, tall, lanky man from Punjab, Chandigarh. Yes, nothing like the satisfaction of seeing that small dimpled golf ball drop into the cup.
And hearing the sound of it,
Oh, yes.
that is even better.
And here is Shamim Khan, unmistakable.
What a shot.
What a shot. Yes. Those are the kind of shots that have fetched him 5 and more crores of rupees.
Youngsters will do well to watch this and learn from players of this quality because watching can teach you a lot.
Oh, yes. See again, and then see again before you hit the shot. Or before you get to the range to practice, practice, and practice.
Little shot.
See, this may be a par 70 course, a short course around 6,300 yards or so, but it also requires a great amount of skill to keep producing shots like these guys have.
It kind of equalizes things for all the players because the long hitters usually have on a course like say JP Greens, long hitters have an advantage, but here you need to really play measured shots. Course
Absolutely.
management is everything.
No question about that.
Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, the first event of the 2025 PGTI Tour. A lot of exciting golf coming up this year. Top drawer golf with some of the best golfers in and around these parts.
There it is.
All eyes trained on Chawrasia. Oh, that's a beautiful putt, close to 12 feet, well drained. Chawrasia staring down a 4-footer. It's vital to nudge ahead.
So there it is, a calm Yuvraj Sandu. Is trying to salvage after going into the trees. Yuvraj Sandu trying to see if he can salvage a par from there. Not really a long putt, but he's on the knee knockers. Oh no. He thought he had it, then it just kind of hit the cup, the lip, and curled out. So not a great start. A bit of a disappointing start there for Yuvraj.
It's a great leveler. It's a sport of golf. You can't take anything for granted. He may have a 3-stroke lead at the start of the round, but he needs to really be on the ball. No pun intended.
There it is, aim point, the method. Chawrasia,
What might he be doing here, sir?
he's just trying to read his line there, making sure he's got the line there perfect.
There are interesting ways and means golfers are using these days to read lines and to align themselves. Putting grips are unique too. The reverse grip has come into play a lot more these days. Putters also have undergone a sea change. Chawrasia looks like he's using one of the old putters.
Putters, one club is the most precious club. And I've known golfers carry two putters in their bag. They're allowed only 14, but they decide to have an extra putter just in case. And one of the putters is usually Sun, is a club which has served them for many, many years, often for as much as 10, 15 years and more.
Oh, that can be frustrating.
He seems to be talking to the ball and said, "Damn you, why did you, sorry about that language, so why did you take the path that I wanted you to?" Golfers often kind of talk to the golf ball in a manner. There it is, Shamim Khan. That's why he is Shamim Khan. Steady, lock steady.
We've had a few golfers.
There it is. Many a snippet in the cup and the lip. Yuvraj there, Chawrasia there, and Rahil here. Knocks it in. Oh no. Left edge. Never take a putt for granted, even if it is a foot or less.
It's a great leveler as the sport of golf. Meanwhile, we've had N. Thangaraja, who is now at 3 under for the day and 8 under overall. He's the top performer for the day so far. Of course, he's played 6 holes with 3 birdies, one on the first, one on the third, and one on the seventh, actually, sixth. Yeah, 1, 3, and 6. 3 birdies for Thangaraja, nudging ahead. SSP Chawrasia.
On to the second tee there. Yuvraj still has the honor, but again, he seems to have missed the fairway once again.
He's pulling it to the left regularly. So now we have 2 golfers at 11 under, Hani Baisoya and Arjun Sharma, nudging close to second placed Jamal Hussain, who very recently won the Masters Championship in Big Boy with a score of 12 under. So Jamal is his recent win has his confidence levels reasonable place. Let's see what he does.
Chawrasia there.
SSP Chawrasia missed a very short putt in the first hole after having executed an outstanding approach shot. He's found his tee shot on the par 3 second. Find the apron of the green. Let's see whether he can convert a birdie like only he can from there. Sizing up the shot, every golfer has a different method. Alignment is everything. It's not too windy at the Tollygunge club, so that is certainly going to help the golfers. If you direct a shot, it will 9 out of 10 head to where it's directed to. It's found the green, but a fair distance from the pin. If you notice, the golfers are keeping the ball to the left of the pin, most likely to avoid, since the pin position is such that it's tucked closer to the left corner, closer to the fairway bunker. Golfers are keeping it safe, playing it safe, keeping the ball to the right of the bunker and leaving themselves with an opportunity to two putt, and if they're lucky, single putt it. But aiming for the pin on this occasion, unless you can actually have the ball spin back, will lead to the ball rolling over, potentially over the green.
So we got twin feeds there. Honey Basoya. And on feed 2, you've got Sandu.
Oh, that's a good shot. Basoya has decided to carry the bunker, played the line of the bunker.
Basoya is in the group ahead of Yuvraj, Jamal, and Chawrasia. Hani and Arjun, both from Delhi, having a chat as they walk side by side. And now we have Yuvraj. SSB just off the green. He's using a wedge. Oh, he got it right there again. The lip. He got the distance right. The line was cool, but just missed it.
Attacks the best form of defense. We have had Hani Basoya, Arjun Sharma, and Shamim Khan in the top six, birdieing the first hole, the second hole, and the third hole, respectively.
Yuvraj, after getting onto the green, trying to get that long putt. Nowhere close, leaves himself some distance.
Such is the sport of golf that while there was a three-stroke difference between Yuvraj and Jamal Hussain at the start of today's play, Jamal Hussain is now nudged to just one shot behind Yuvraj, also thanks to Yuvraj's bogey start to his third round.
So two shot swing in one hole. Three shot looks very solid when you see there. Then, but then one hole can make all the difference. A birdie from Jamal and a bogey from Yuvraj, and suddenly the gap is just one. Here is Dharma.
Interesting putting style. He flicks the ball with his wrist. Green speeds have increased as is expected in as the tournament heads towards its money-making rounds. There were 9.7 in the first round, 10 in the second round, and are 10.2 today. They will clearly be quicker tomorrow. Sampat Chari, the tournament director, knows how to test the mettle of the best in the business. Missed it by a foot. Judged the distance right, but the direction was not what was desired. You've witnessed golf across the world, sir. That I don't think there's any country you've not been to. Which are the quickest greens you've seen?
Augusta greens are absolutely lightning quick, and there are quite a few other places where like these days, you can actually, you know, kind of regulate the green speed. You can increase them, dry the greens with all the sub-air technology. Shave the grass off, and they can control the speed of the greens, make it difficult and more challenging. And of course, it all depends upon the state of the tournament also. The chief referee always decides whether the course is playing very easy or he wants a bit more of a challenge there. So I think it's all a question of how the the organizers, the chief referee, etc., wanted. Now they almost realized that it was going way to the right.
We've seen more people missing putts than people carding them today. Is it a question of, is it a case of yips or what is
Oh,
it?
yips is too strong a word to use there. I wouldn't say yips ever.
It isn't that easy to break that course record of a tournament winning record of 24 under. Though Yuvraj was sitting pretty at 16 under, he's dropped a shot now. He still has 9 more shots to get to that. What looks like a tough figure to get to right now, considering look at that putt. Tale of hits and misses. that kissed the edge of the cup and turned away. Another 2 footer. Interesting putting grip to ensure, and he drains it to ensure the top hand dominates.
Well, it's good to be here at the Tollygunge Club. Things have been getting very interesting this morning after a lovely delayed start. Um, well, we can see a young Yuvraj has been struggling a little bit out of the blocks, probably a bit of early morning nerves. He knows he has some records in sight, uh, especially at the Tollygunge Club, as well as the PGTI scoring records, as my colleagues Swami and Ashwin were previously inferring to. So, with the drop shot on the second, certainly we find things bunching up, and it's getting clearly interesting out here. On a side note, a little bit about the Tollygunge Club. It's now 220 years old, and that's something which many of our viewers may not be aware. And while, of course, we are hosting the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship here this week, what a lot of our viewers may not be aware that this club typically started out as a meeting ground, back in the day, 220 years ago, for merchants and bankers, and the primary sport that they actually set up was equestrian, interestingly. And here we are with one of the best city golf courses in the country, and one of the finest events, on the PGTI, being hosted here as the opening event for the season. So things definitely very interesting here. And again, going back to what Swami and Ashwin were talking about in terms of the green speeds, I was chatting with some of the PGTI people and also the team that set up the golf course. And the greens have actually gotten progressively quicker. Starting out at a 9.7 on the stimp during the practice round, and today at 10.2. And my compliments to the superintendent and the greenkeeping team that they very consciously have the same green speeds on the practice green as well as on the putting surfaces that we have. So, looking back now at the leaderboard, which is just flashed on our screen, the gap is certainly closing up between the top two runners, but of course, lots of golf to be played, and certainly this makes things interesting for the players themselves and also for our viewers. So, it's going to be a good fun day out there. Cool, it's calm, greens are rolling through, and look at this gorgeous setting. Moving on to the sixth hole, I think that's Nave Kshitij Call, if I'm not mistaken. King Call, as some of his young friends fondly refer to him. Yeah, that's him. That's our boy Kshitij. Did a lot of junior golf in Western India and Northern India. Comes from a army background. So lots of interesting, trivia about our host venue. It's a tight little course, not quite having the land expanse of the Royal Calcutta, as we call it, fondly the Royal, which is literally a 2-minute drive across the road, which makes for different shot making abilities, a lot of opportunities to hit the big stick. But then, as we previously saw in our telecast on the very first hole, you have a bunch of the players taking out the driver and trying to send it close and get fairly close to hit a little flip onto the green. But that also brings in the risk and reward strategy, and the safer ones, using a hybrid or a long iron off the tee. So every player has their own approach to the game. They play to their strengths, and that's exactly what makes it fun, because there are always a couple of ways to play a golf hole, and really on the result, based on what a lot of people feel was good play or not. You have Raj Sandu here on the third. Well, that's definitely a bit of a miss there. It's not particularly happy. Looks like, yeah, not got his yardage right, because not only was that little further right, but looks like he's missed the green as well. And there we have SSP. Oh, he's hit it tight. That is an absolute stunner. And to get that kind of control out of the rough, where you typically get a fair amount of grass between the club face and the ball, and therefore impacting the spin, the grooves really put on the ball, that is an absolute beauty. Absolute beauty. So back to the group, which has youngsters Milan Soni and Naval Kshitij playing alongside, well, Harinder Gupta. Not very old himself, but certainly a bit of a veteran compared to the other two youngsters he's playing with. They're particularly on greens at, running at 10, 10 and a half, and of course today we're at 10.2. It's incredibly comforting when you can bring your longer putts very, very close for genuine tap-ins and not leave yourself much effort having to put together knee knockers, as we call them. So definitely very, pace control is incredibly important on quick greens. Sometimes some of the coaches say a little bit more important than even reading the line right, because even if you get the line wrong by a couple of inches from a fair distance away, as long as you get your pace right, you don't have much work left to get the job done. Back to our leader Yuvraj. We have him on our screen. That wasn't particularly great miss. Still some work to do. Still some work to do. That's definitely, a bit of a sluggish start. He's going to have to get it together. And in the meantime, on the left side of our screen, we had Kshitij, not knocking it quite as close as we expected him to. Gone about 3 feet by, but then it was a slippery putt. And he had a little bit of a sense from young Milan, who went before him. He definitely has some work left. So it's really, very interesting how some of these groupings, the players feed off each other's energy. A lot of the youngsters, learn a lot from as rookies or as early starters on the professional tour from some of their senior peers. many of the youngsters that I might say have actually had the opportunity through the good work of PGTI to avail of amateur spots in past PGTI events, which I think is a very good thing that the PGTI really does to give young amateurs deserving of these amateur spots an opportunity to get exposed to well tour, to the life on the tour, uh, to a higher level of golf, and of course professionalism, as the name suggests. So that's yeah, here we are. We have the leaderboard back. Sorry, we had a bit of a glitch with sound. And yep, things hotting up. We have a joint lead at 14 under. Both our boys are tracking along at 14 under. Jamal Hussain and Yuvraj. And, Hani Baisoya, Arjun Sharma snapping right behind. And it certainly looks like it's going to be an interesting day. And Jamal and Yuvraj hopefully feeding off each other and being able to raise the game and the standard on the holes to follow. But still early days, as we say. And they will settle down. But certainly Yuvraj will. Fully expect that from him. He's been having a lot of exposure playing outside of India as well, and has a spot now on the DP World European Tour. And yes, good things to follow for this young man. He's a tremendously fit physical specimen, and as golf is becoming more and more competitive globally, we find a lot of the youngsters putting in equal part of effort in their physical fitness. So a couple of nice tee shots coming in on the 6th. Nice high ball flight. And being able to pretty much stop it on a dime. These youngsters have a lot of shot making capabilities and shape their shots really, based on where the pin positions are. And this one is, of course, on the left side. So, high draw augurs really well for this particular hole. this young group with Harsh Gangwar, Saptak Talwar, who just hit one to the green, and Karandeep Kocher. Three very, very good tee shots for sure. Certainly a couple of really solid birdie opportunities. Sublime conditions. We see some lovely trees in the backdrop. Lovely bougainvillea there. And with that, I'm going to invite my colleagues Ashwin and Swami back into the commentary team as I take a bit of a break.
Time to speak about our PGTI tour partners. Tata Steel. Tata Steel Group is among the top global companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons per annum, one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. We have Victoria's Choice, an entity inspired by the philosophy of Choice International Limited that has risen to become a unicorn in the financial sector with its unique and innovative approach called the Joy of Earning, promoted by Victoria's Endeavour Private Limited, a sports development company that is keen on the holistic development of Indian golf. Their objective is to take the joy of golfing to the next level. If we have tournaments like this, it is imperative that we will get to the next level of joy of golfing. Amrutanjan Electro, Amrutanjan Healthcare Limited is a 127-year-old company with a rich legacy and best known for its iconic brand Amrutanjan Pain Balm. A purpose-driven and innovative company, Amrutanjan Healthcare offers a versatile product portfolio. Water is essential for life. We all know that, and dehydration occurs when your body loses more fluids than you take in. It is often accompanied by disturbances in concentrations. of electrolytes, which causes symptoms like thirst, headache, weakness, and dizziness. So, Amrithanjan Electro, a juice based electrolyte, tries to take care of that. We have Bisleri, has enjoyed the title of pioneers in the packaged drinking water category for over 5 decades. There is Rahil Gangjee finally getting a putt that he is okay with. And Shamim Khan gets ready for his next one. With the new campaign, Drink It Up, the brand is turning a new leaf in its illustrious journey. So all golfers drink it up and stay hydrated with Bisleri so that you're ready to grab every opportunity on the course. The Bisleri Bottles for Change is an initiative, is a comprehensive effort to address the issues related to used plastic. Also, used plastic is a valuable resource that can be recycled, and only habit can save us from the menace created by plastic and its hazardous effects on the environment. We have Nissan, a subsidiary of the Nissan Motor Limited Japan, has been operating in the Indian automotive market since 2005. Nissan and its global alliance partner Renault have created over 70,000 direct and indirect jobs, a huge thing, and launched as part of Nissan's Make in India, Make for the World initiative. The Magnite, which you saw a little while ago, has redefined the compact SUV segment with its value proposition, safety ratings, and low cost of ownership. Rolex, the privileged association between Rolex and golf dates back to 1967 when Arnold Palmer became a Rolex testimony. The charismatic American, one of the golf's big three, contributed to popularizing golf and giving it a worldwide dimension. And here we have Harsh Gangwar looking for his maiden win.
An interesting quip. Bisleri, watch your putts drop.
That's right. So, a quick look at the leaderboard as it is. I mean, it's constantly changing all the time. Yuvraj Sandu started the day with a 3 shot lead, but with a bogey start, the lead is gone as Jamal also birdied the first hole. So they are now tied at 14 under after 3 holes. Meanwhile, we see Rahul Gangjee, Shamim Khan's group start tee off from the third hole.
We have 9 golfers, just 5 strokes adrift from the leaders. So it's a very, very tight contest here, and tomorrow promises to be an outstandingly competitive day of golf. For those in Kolkata, make sure you make a beeline for the Tollygunge Club to watch some outstanding golfing action.
Just in the apron, it stopped there. That's the sixth hole. Sachin Basoya, Shamim Khan, and Rahul Gangjee.
The white Calcutta skies, slightly cloudy. That ball's just found the thin line between the green and the first cut. The second par three, the course has stopped. But there are 3 par threes on the outward journey. One on the second the 6th, and the 8th. The return journey has one on the 11th, and ironically, you finish the course with a par 3 on the 18th. Rare. Have you seen that before, sir?
No, really not.
So that looks like a little 3 o'clock sign, the pin being the center of the clock, which is the green. One ball at 12 o'clock on the apron, and one on the fringe, just on the green, barely on the green at 3 o'clock. Long putts, both of them. That's a ball tracker. Splitting the fairway in two. Relatively wide fairway. Not too hard to negotiate for professional golfers as long as the swing is in shape. Beautifully manicured fairways. You can see the grass cut on the fairway, thin strips, thin long strips, greens dotted by bunkers, jigsaw puzzle shaped bunkers, which are ready to catch an errant shot. Calls for a lot of skill to master this course. And there's the leaderboard. Jamal Hussain and Yuvraj Sandu both tied at 14 under. Rahil Gangjee, Honey by Soya, and Arjun Sharma tied third at 11 under. And then we had three more golfers, Saptak Talwar, Sachin Baisoya, and Shamim Khan tied sixth at 10 under apiece. A very close contest. Surprisingly, SSP Chawrasia, with a double bogey on the third hole, has fallen off the radar, at least temporarily. He's tied 12th and 8 under for the tournament overall. He was yesterday. Today he sits at 6 under, 2 over for the day. It's a rare occurrence for a golfer of his pedigree, but he also knows how to climb back into contention. Chawrasia has got the second double bogey. Oh no, there are quite a few down below. Well, to put it in perspective, in the top 20 golfers, the only double bogey has been carded by SSP Chawrasia.
There's been a fight back of sorts from Ryan Ganji, who, after missing, or rather seeing a couple of his putts lip out, and dropped a bogey on the third, but he's fought back beautifully with birdies on the fourth and the fifth. So Ryan Ganji is very much up there in the race as Jamal and Yuvraj are locked in their own battle. It's never over till it's over. This man knows a lot about that. He's had some magnificent comebacks. And look at him, stayed rock steady as ever. He always gets it within a tap in range.
Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, the opening event of 2025 on the PGTI Tour.
On feed two, we are saying Samas Trivedi, Chandrajit Yadav, and Shankar Das. Shankar Das, another Kolkata man, there in his blue trousers. He's won a few big championships. That's Shankar Das on feed two. Colorful shirt there. That's one thing that has become a big rage here. Colorful shirts, very bright ones on the PGTI scene, on the Indian golf scene. That's really, really great to see that. Shankar Das here. From the just the fringe, well, actually, it's right on the edge, so he's decided to stay with the putter. That's the man. I mean, look at it. It's almost he knew it. Samarth Dwivedi, Sam, as he's called by a lot of his friends, a fitness freak. He tried his hand at the ADT, also the Asian Development Tour, spent a bit of time outside India also. Bit of disappointment there.
Another interesting putting grip. You should
Well, I
write a
think-
book on it, sir.
No, there's no way I can do that. I can't get the grip of things, of this kind. It's always very, very difficult. But I must say, the grip is all about what is comfortable to you. There are times when players keep changing it at times. So I would say, it's also call for the superstitious people. They are forever tinkering with their, kind of golf. It's either the equipment, it's the grip, it's so many things. They change their eating habits, they change their sleeping habits. There is so much that keeps going on between those 2 years. And, it's a physically exhausting game when you have to keep walking so long, day after day, sometimes all by yourself, you and the caddy, and things may not be going great. And, there's so much churning, so you have to keep calm. And of late, I've noticed that many of these golfers, young and the experienced, have turned to yoga and to meditation. So that I've here has been very, very kind of useful for many of these guys. I mean, I've seen chaps who are in their 20s turning to yoga and to meditation. Senior players like Anjeev Milkha Singh and Irfan Lahiri and all have tried Arjun Atwal yoga meditation. They still continue to do that. So I think there is a lot of kind of merit in that. So it just simply looks like a game where you're striking the ball, walking alongside, and then ensuring that it drops into the hole for the score. But I think it is much more than that. It's a mental game. It's a chessboard which is spread over 120 acres, and the pieces are not the golf clubs or the golf ball. but the players themselves, how they move up and down the leaderboard. It's like snakes and ladder. So it's an awesome game at times. There are people who love watching golf more than they even love playing. I'm one of them. Of course, I do love playing, but I don't play too often. But when I do play, the others get bored. And here is Harsh Kangwar.
They get bored because you win all the time.
Oh my God, no, never. I don't even recall having won ever.
You've beaten me.
Oh, okay. No, no, no. We are revealing too much. So there is Karandeep Kocha.
Speaking of meditations, an interview done with Mukesh Kumar 22 years ago had him, when I spoke to him, he said that he meditated. This was just before he became the Order Merit winner for the first time. He used to meditate in a crowded marketplace in Mao. He'd sit under a tree and meditate there.
Wow.
So that's Mukesh Kumar back then, when he was just taking over from Vijay Kumar as best
Yeah,
bowler
there are
in the
such
country.
interesting stories, such interesting stories about many of these golfers. I mean, they need to be carried to the people. They need to be told. And they are just wonderful people like Vijay Kumar, Mukesh Kumar, before them Shiv Prakash, all those guys who kind of shouldered the burden of Indian golf in the 80s and 1980s, 90s, and the 2000s. And now we have a whole bunch of youngsters like this one in front of you, Karandeep Kocher, who could have been a professional in any other field, but he chose golf. So golf has been fortunate in that sense. There it is, drops there, a bit of happiness.
Meanwhile, Yuvraj Sandu is back in the lead thanks to Jamal Hussein's bogey on the par 4 fourth. So Sandu leads at 14 under and Hussain sits at second place at 13 under.
So it's a rock and roll. You go up and then you come down.
Rahil Gangjee, on the other hand, after having dropped a shot on the third, has carded two straight birdies followed by a par. Now he's 11 under along with Arjun Sharma, 1 under for the day. We have Saptak Talwar and Sachin Baisoya each having carded 2 under for the day. And we have N. Tangaraja, who has had a blemish free round in his front nine with 4 birdies dotting his card, 4 under. And that's propelled him to 9 under for the tournament.
Back on the screen, Yuvraj Sangha. Yuvraj Sandhu there. Looking at the green hard, trying to read the slopes. That's what the aim point also does, but he is not one of those who's been employing aim point. Chawrasia there. SSP Chawrasia. Quite easily one of the legends of the game in India. Yuvraj Sandhu placing the ball there. Very careful. There's also a way when they make their markings for identification, and also it helps them. Got it very close. Inches. Can't afford any more mistakes. We've got Honey Basoya on live feed 2 and Chawrasia on feed 1. Both of them ready. Long putt there for Honey on the right. And here is SSP, drains it and quickly walks off the green. The good thing is that the lead group has been playing at a pretty fast pace. They are through with, despite the late start today, they are through with about 5 holes. Shamim Khan. Arjun Sharma. Tapping. No big movements so far. Nothing really a major move as such. There have been a couple of 200s and 300s. So Tangaraja has been 4. Not the best of shots there. Stays in the rough. Nothing more disappointing than that. Shamim decides to polish off that. That helps speed up play. So the up and down story continues with a birdie from Jamal. There's Rahil Gangjee. Couple of groups behind the leaders.
Meanwhile, Jamal Hussain has birdied the fifth and sidled up alongside Yuvraj Sandhu yet again, tied at 14 under for the lead. The duo.
There it is. The ball stuck there. Rahil happy there. There was a look there. Couldn't quite make out there. I have a feeling he should have lifted the flag first and let the ball drop. One of the big drops so far of the day has been Chawrasia, who had a double bogey on the par 4 third. He did pick up a birdie on the next, but still, on such a crowded leaderboard, a double bogey is almost, too much to digest. In fact, he's one of the few double bogeys today. By the way, talking about big scores, Om Prakash Chauhan, who's on the backside of the backstretch of the course, he had an eagle on the par 5 third. He's down there at 1 under, a position not very familiar for him, someone who's won so much in the recent past. So it's now so crowded on the top of the leaderboard that there are 8 players within 4 shots. Sachin, not happy. Here is Harsh Gangwar. Hanging in there. Today is the key day. They call it the moving day. Traditionally, this is the day when the people who made the cut try to make the move to get into the swing of things for the final day. And on the moving day, no one wants to give away shots.
One man who needs to get his game moving is Yuvraj Sandu, because after 2 drop shots, he's at 3 pars, but he needs a handful of birdies if he has to reclaim that lead and open up a reasonable lead and give himself a chance to go for a win tomorrow. He seems still to be looking for that touch that saw him perform so outstandingly the first 2 days.
Royal Gangjee in the 8th, approaching the end of the front stretch. One more hole to go, 8 this one. A par 3. And after par 3, of course, the 9th will be a par 4. That's Shamim Khan.
And that's SSP Chawrasia. On the right frame, live feed 2, an uphill chip. There's a caddy standing there, and Chawrasia has nearly nailed it. Beautiful shot, maybe 2 feet from the pin, from what it looks like here. There's tremendous control over that chip shot. Not 2 feet, sorry, that was less than 6 inches. Optical illusions.
There is Yuvraj Sandu, who had top 5 finishes in the last 2 events of the 2024 season, and then in the off season, he has worked a lot, he was saying yesterday, on his tee shots with Gurbaz Man, of course, one of the longest hitters in India.
Rahil Gangjee has eagled the 7th, the par 5 7th, and has now surged to just 1 shot behind the leaders. Ganji is my dark horse for this tournament. Has he ever won at the Tollygunge?
I'm not too sure. It might have been as an amateur, but I don't think he's won as a pro. That eagle on the fifth.
What is your greatest Rahil Ganji moment? If you were to name one, you've watched him over the years.
Watched him, maybe not, but have seen that video of his ace on a par four on the Confetti Tour. I've seen it multiple times, and Rahil has it on his phone. He is ever ready to show that. It is like one of his great fun moments, of course. Surely an absolutely wonderful shot. You see, one of the best things about Rahil is his never say die spirit. He's always cheerful no matter how things are going in golf or in life. He's a guy who's seen a lot of ups and downs in the sport and otherwise, and he takes the ball on his chin. Of course, now that chin is covered with a goatee. Of course, I would still say he is one of the real fun guys to hang around with, and he is so good with kids. I've seen him take a lot of clinics for young children.
And that goatee is grey with experience, and it's that experience which is helping him stage this outstanding fight back. Needless to say, the first eagle of the day. Oh no, second, because Om Prakash Chauhan here has carded an eagle, teed off from the
Yeah,
back
he
nine.
had one on the back nine.
Yeah, he had one of the 13,
Here is Yuvraj.
another par 5. Yeah. Yuvraj has the stars cut out.
All right, that drops. The thing is, on this day, so here it is, trying to pump up each other, the caddy and the player. It's very, very important for the caddy to be as engaged as the player because the morale of the player, if it is down, it's the caddy who takes care of it by boosting it, by pushing him, egging him on. And caddies play such a huge role. They're on the golf course for more than 4.5 hours. There's no one else but your playing partners and the caddy. And that's the time some of the most intense conversations take place.
This round is slowly taking the shape of the last 4 overs of an exciting one-day game.
You can't get cricket out of your system, can you?
I'm trying, but golf keeps taking me back to cricket.
Must notice this man is making small but very serious strides towards getting into contention. Shamim Khan, always there, 11 under, started the day at 9, now he's 11, and he's only 3 behind the leaders. At 900 after 2 days, he was 7 shots behind Yuvraj Sandu, and now he is just 3 shots behind Yuvraj and Jamal. So that's been it is quietly creeping up. And suddenly, as a Shamim style, he will be right up there. Won't be surprised if at the end of the third day, Shamim has found his way into the lead group. And that's where he really rebels. He loves that. He's a front runner who makes few mistakes.
Will be one hell of a lead group with Rahil and Shami in it if that ever happens.
Oh, it can. I would never
Rahil is
guess.
already there. Just as we speak, Yuvraj Sandu has birdied the 6th to open up a one-shot lead. So that's 15 under for Yuvraj Sandu, 14 for Jamal, and 13 for Rahil Ganji. 3 top draw golfers. setting the tone for what promises to be a memorable final day is golf at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025.
A purse of 1 crore at stake this week. 1 crore has become the norm for the tour this season. Or rather, it has been the norm now for some time. 11 tournaments have been announced for the first few months. It's virtually non-stop right till the end of April. The first 4 months, or rather February, March, and April, are packed with the event in Tollygunge. There's Shamim on the left screen on feed 1. There is no mistakes. He doesn't allow the 5-footers and 6-footers to get away. So after Tollygunge, it will be the Glade 1 presents Gujarat Open at the Glade 1 Golf Resort in Ahmedabad. Then a new event, the Chhattisgarh Open Golf Championship. That should be a hefty prize, and players who do well there can make a run for the Order of Merit. And that will be followed by the National Open, the Hero Indian Open, a $2.25 million event. We shall see how the prize money goes up there. Then there is one in Greater Noida, the PGTI Invitational, followed by the Indorama Open Golf Championship. The PGTI Invitational in Greater Noida is expected to be 1.5 crores, and the Indorama Open, another newcomer, to be held at the Kalhar Blues, will offer a purse of 2 crores. Kalans Open, and then Kalans Open another 1 crore at the NCR, and then the Kapil Dev Grand Thornton Invitational, which will be the 11th event of the season at Prestige Golf Shire in Bengaluru, and that shall add a 2 crore purse. On all fours, there's Dharma, slides past the left edge. And the Basoya trying to see what his playing partner may have done wrong and learn from it. And the Basoya has been very quiet today. Not made any significant strides or move. Of course, 2 birdies and a bogey, so very much in there. As the scoreboard showed, Yuvraj Sandu 15 under, Jamal Hussain at 14 under, and Rahil Gangjee on their heels at 13. There's Sharma.
Here, Yuvraj, the only player in the top 20 who's over par for the day today. The big mover today is Thangaraja from Sri Lanka. He's really charging up the leaderboard, moved up 19 spots already to the 7th place. He's 5 under par today after his first 12 holes. So, as we all call it, it's moving day, and things are getting very, very interesting here at the Tollygunge Club. Yuvraj, of course, steadying himself, still keeping in touch and still leading the event, of course. And Rahil Gangjee with that spectacular eagle moving back up that leaderboard now to 3rd place. So things certainly getting interesting. And, as my colleague Swami was inferring earlier, some of the golfers coming out in some very interesting attire, some lovely colorful prints, certainly livens up the day for themselves as well as their playing partners and the viewers. And it's interesting, golfers have always been well known for wearing some bright colors on the course and enjoying their personalities, expressing themselves through their wonderful clothing. So, not surprising to see some interesting outfits and interesting characters out there as well. So, here we are. There you have your leaderboard. Shamim staying right there, Rahil back in 3rd place, and you saw Thangaraja there having crept his way up the leaderboard. So things certainly getting very, very interesting here today at the Tollygunge Club. The kind of traffic Tolly, as we fondly refer to it, gets through the week and on weekends is really tremendous. And you have a huge genre of Calcutta-based golfers, and this is one of their favorite courses because not just because of the golf course, but because of the entire surrounds, the fact that it's a holistic club, lots of other sports, tennis, squash, a couple of swimming pools, and of course, excellent F&B. Excellent F&B. So that's pretty much the highlight for a lot of golfers. The food after the round in that delightful little Shamiana behind the 18th green. That's a nice shot. Greens are clearly nice and soft. Hitting it to the safe side of the green, not going flag hunting. That sensible play still leaves himself about a 15-foot putt. And as you see, all the 3 balls safely on. No one taking on that flag. This tricky little 8th hole. Now you can see a little bit of chitter chatter going on between the players. Some of them truly enjoy each other's company. They travel together, play a lot of golf together, practice as well. Well, sometimes it's fun to kind of get players mic'd out and really hear what they're speaking, having a laugh. And there's a lot of mutual respect between the players out here on tour. They compete hard with each other, but they're friends off the course as well. So it makes for a really good environment, and we've all seen it grow and get very not just comfortable, but like I said, it's very competitive. But they're friends as well, and you know, it's it's like a big, large family out there. So certainly, the PGTI are doing something absolutely right. And as I was saying, a lot more sponsors coming into the game. Nissan has been, I think, on board now a couple of years, produced some very good cars. Victorious Choice, a new entrant this year. The team at Victorious Choice, Rahul Mehta, Jedi Barar, putting in a lot of work to grow sports, not just in Western golf, but other sports like badminton, cricket, uh, right from a domestic stage to bigger plans that they have for even growing the game internationally. And Indian golf and Indian sport certainly need more Victorious choices coming on board. So there you have it. A lot of players, align the golf ball to the start point of where they really want to start the putt. And I think that's what we really just saw happening right now. Most brands, have a model marker, and some call it a putting line, some call it an alignment line. And well, that looks like a fairly busy golf ball with a lot of markings out there. Pleased to see that the busy marking is on the underside. That looks like a nice little stroke. It's gone a bit by. Very interesting stroke there. A bit of wrist in that, which is something I wouldn't like to call it homemade, but something very personable. There is no real grip or real putting methodology, and obviously to be competing and playing at this level, whatever be the technique that the players use clearly works. And now we have Baisoya all set and ready to give it a run himself. What I do like, and I would like a lot of the our viewers to also observe, is that all the top players, while they're not, of course, coming in the way of their playing partners, start the process of figuring out their line and having a little bit of a conversation with their caddy about what kind of line needs to be taken. So there's not really a lot of wastage of time, because I see a lot of amateur golfers, they wait for someone to putt out and then they start lining up their putts and start the whole process, which kind of kills the pace of play and delays things. And that was very close, unfortunately, to lip out. But nonetheless, foot and a half, two away. And while on the other side of the screen, we have Yuvraj, who made a putt, and he seems to have, left himself short. And that's really the key, on quicker greens and greens with a certain level of undulations. Getting the speed right is really more than half the work done. Obviously, the line of the putt is the other half, but having said that, when a putt is missed, you really don't want to be leaving yourself a whole lot of work thereafter. Certainly didn't give that putt the respect required. Left it a bit short and it dropped off to the right. And there you see it, exactly what I was talking about. While one player is lining up his putt, Baisoya has, of course, gone across to the other side to do his little bit of work. And that's critically important. Pace of play has become a very big issue globally in the game of golf. It's not just on the professional tours; it's even at the amateur level, where it kills the joy of the game. Having to play the game slowly. A lot of time wastage can be avoided with these small little ways, without, of course, coming in the way of your playing partners and disturbing them. Well done. That's a good 3-foot knee knocker, finding the center of the cup. And you have Jamal with a bit of work. Looks like he's got about 6 or 7 feet. Bit downhill, should be a little slippery. Pace and line will be critically important on getting that one right. And on the other side, we have Paisoya. Makes a good stroke. Dead center, finds the bottom of the cup. No problem, thank you very much. And we move on. Jamal taking his time. He knows this is an important putt. Very critical to ensure he stays in touch with our leader, Yuvraj Sandu. Visualizing his putt clearly. Looks like he's not given it enough or misread it. He's not particularly happy. There's somewhere that I kind of tend to believe it seemed to be a bit of a tentative stroke. It's just a little quick and a little jabby. Not really sure he was entirely convinced after his efforts that that was the line or the speed. Definitely missed it by a bit. You can see that going across to the other side to have another look. It happens a lot when a caddy and a player tend to see a line or a shot a bit differently. Sometimes if you just feel it is, you're convinced it's going one way, and your caddy might actually also agree that it is that way, but differ on the amount of break on that particular putt. And sometimes that creates a little bit of self-doubt. Wow. There's something definitely about this pin position that is
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel, that is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot over bridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। कि मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होशी।
Bisleri, drink it up.
झूम 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 बाबा, झूम 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 बाबा।
that's a 491 yard par 5. And that's a great opportunity for the leader group to pick up some shots. Here we have the wily Mukesh Kumar. Most of us have seen him our entire golfing life, playing with a bunch of youngsters. And there you go. Mukesh makes absolutely no mistake right there. His little flippy, wristy stroke absolutely timeless. Mukesh, who hails from Mahao, has competed and been competitive across multiple generations of golfers. And as we can see, playing with a couple of young men who clearly are young enough to be his children. So that's again one of the joys of golf and sport, that it transgresses ages, and so long as you keep your game sharp and your fitness in place, you can always be very competitive. Here we are back at the eighth hole, 177-yard par 3. And like we saw in the previous group, none of these boys are going after it. And wisely so, if I may add. There isn't much room to the right of that flag. So you definitely don't be putting yourself in a position where you short side yourself. And the greens being a little quicker today certainly makes the wedge play significantly harder if you miss it to the right. It certainly makes for a great visual with the lovely backdrop of trees. This one seems like a slightly more aggressive swing, but there was a bit of right to left movement on that. And it's back to the fat of the green, as we call it, center, giving himself a chance. And a beautiful Nissan Magnite at the back of the tee on offer for the first player who has a hole-in-one on the second hole, a 171-yard par 3. 20 feet short, bang in line with the flag. As you can see from the flag, there's a bit of tailwind. So most of these players probably hitting 8 to 7 irons into that green today. So back to the group of the 8th with Yuvraj, Jamal, and Rahil. And you can see Jamal's missed it right. He's got his wedge in his hand, looking at where he might want to drop this one. Getting some visuals and feel for that shot. This is definitely going to be an interesting shot. A lot depends, of course, on how the ball is sitting. It's not on the shots. It's not certainly not on the short stop. Opens up his wedge, and that's going to be again a lot of artistry or karigari, as we call it, manipulating his hands and the ball position. Let's see what he's got. Yep. Oh, that was beautiful. That was absolutely spectacular. He used the bump and run technique to the best effect, getting it up to about 1.5 feet or 2 feet is, I believe, a result he would have taken before he would have hit that shot. But that right there was exactly, the skill required, having short-sighted himself, having gotten aggressive. Clearly he's pushing the buttons to catch Yuvraj. Yuvraj has given himself perhaps a slightly longer putt than he would have liked to. But nonetheless, center of the green is always a nice place to be at. one last look at the hole and you run. Sense it. It's a good lag putt. Probably walk up and just tap it in and get it done with. Excellent speed there. Certainly moved a little bit more on him than he expected. But a safe par is never a bad thing. Of course, he leaves himself a bit of work to do on the back nine to keep up with his good form from the past 2 days. SSP getting a sense of the break and the speed. This one's going to move left to right. Pace is going to be really the key on getting this one to the bottom of the cup. He definitely had one of the best hands in the game, no question about that. A multiple winner of the European Tour, playing in his home city. He grew up, of course, at Royal, but clearly has a lot of experience at Tolly as well. That looks like a nice stroke. Has he made it? Oh! It didn't seem to move in from the left as much as he expected. And frankly, I expected it to move a little bit as well from the left to right, as I mentioned earlier. So clearly, SSP and I both got that wrong. And we have Jamal all set to clean up, make his par, and stay one behind Raj. We have a good look at the caddy bit and all our sponsors. Tata Steel, Nissan.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस. जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन. इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं.
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस. थकान वाली प्यास के लिए.
There we have it, a gorgeous view.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Gaurav Pundir. I'm the golf superintendent of the Tollygunge Club. First of all, I welcome you to the Tollygunge Club. We are having a professional tournament in the Tollygunge Club. Why I'm standing on the 8th green, and what happened, you can see this is a green, and this is the turf which was damaged by jackals. We have a lot of jackals here, which are Indian golden jackals, and that's the reason. If you see the structure behind me is to scare the jackal. Generally, it works in agriculture field also, and we have tried it, and it's very successful.
Orsolani is an interesting player. I mean, he's from Italy. He's been in India off and on. Last season, he had a few good results. He had a lot of good results. He had a bunch of top 10. He didn't play too much, just played about 7 or 8 events, and he had top 10s in 4 of them. So that was pretty solid, and of course, didn't stay on till the tour championships. He's a player who's played in a lot of places, in Thailand, in the Middle East. He's played a lot on the mini tours, played a bit on the Asian Development Tour. So he's a man who's traveled a lot, seen a lot. So as one of those golfers whom you call as journeymen, who just love playing golf anywhere they get a chance, and professionally to see the world, play golf. But of course, at the back of his mind must be to try and make it big in some tour or the other. So he's using the Indian PGTI tour to see if he can go further in his career through this. And there we see Shankar Das, his colorful shirt and blue trousers.
That also speaks very highly of the quality of golf and the stature of the Indian PGTI Tour. Because we have international competitors flying down here to compete and are performing as well. There is Stephen Danek, there is a bunch of Sri Lankans, there are golfers from Bangladesh.
You know, we've always had golfers from Bangladesh and Sri Lanka for ages. You know, we've got Prabhakaran, we've got Jamal Hussain, we've got Badal Hussain, and you know, all these people. Silikar Rahman used to play a lot here. Mithun Pereira from Sri Lanka. But of late, you know, getting golfers like Stepan Danek from Czech Republic. He also is like Michel Ortolani, who is not averse to going and playing in the Middle East, in Southeast Asia, and elsewhere wherever he gets a chance, even sometimes in Europe with the smaller tours. So what the idea is to try and get that one break which could actually change the career path. There a lovely view of the Tollygunge club.
Lovely terrace.
Yes, I mean the club is it's so majestic. I have a very good friend who was the boss there at Tolly Club, a great guy, a former army man, Vinu Ganapati, a wonderful person, very good sports person, and he's picked up golf too. Yuvraj Sandu there, back at the top at 15 under. Jamal Hussain, one shot behind. And another one shot further is Rahil Ganji and Michel Ortolani at 12 under with Hani Basoya. Saptak Talwar Dharma at 11 under each. So 7 people within 4 shots of the lead, Abhinav Lohan and Thangaraja and Warren Parikh. So it is a tight leaderboard out there. Look at those lovely fairways. The man on the screen, Kshitij Naved Kaul. And this is another young man, Milind Soni from Telangana. Showed a lot of promise as an amateur. He made the Indian team for the Asia Pacific. And I remember one incident where he actually had food poisoning and he was not in a very good state. And yet, despite that, he came onto the golf course and made the cut. I mean, I tell you, a lot of grit out there in this young man. And the third person here, Harendra Gupta. I mean, the man known and famous for having won the Chandigarh Open 3 times in a row. I mean, a wonderful golfer who went through a bad patch and never came out of it to get back to the glory days. Golf can be pretty cruel. We are around the halfway mark of the third round for the lead group. So the pace of play actually has been pretty good this week. And that the pace of play is an area of great concern in global golf. The players, the officials, the broadcasters, everybody wants play to be a bit faster, including the spectators. But of course, golfers live in a world of their own, trying to measure, trying to look at each shot from every angle to ensure to get that one small sliver of advantage. But now, with the with chief referees being given the mandate to push the golfers to play faster, things are seeing a lot more of improvement globally, and Indian golf is also seeing that. There was a time when many senior Indian golfers were notoriously slow, but many of these young stars are quite brisk and quite fast. There it is. Look at that. Waving, telling people to clear off so that they can go ahead with the shot. They are ready to play. And of course, they're also asking spectators not to move. These are the etiquettes which golf fans must also follow. Not to move when a player is taking a shot, not make much noise, don't disturb the players, stand out of his way or her way. Because even if you're on the periphery of the vision, I mean, it can be a massive disturbance. Here is Yuvraj Sandu.
Beautiful aerial shot. The drone is doing its job. Golf coverage has changed over the years.
Certainly, I mean, no, I won't. I mean, without sounding too bombastic, I wouldn't say we have as much of equipment as many international channels do, but yet the quality of the broadcast has improved by the day, by every season, and it's actually great to have people following it on YouTube. And I suggest you pass it on to your friends too to see what Indian golf is all about. There's a lot of prize money out there. There's a lot of jobs there. And it's just not the 150, 200 players, but also their caddies, their coaches, the course staff, the greenkeepers, the horticulture experts. So golf is such a huge industry by itself. We have seminars on equipment, we have seminars.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
It's a speech Chawrasia in the sand trap there. Chawrasia has taken a bit of a beating today.
It's a cruel game, this, and that one double bogey on the third, despite a bogey on the following, a birdie on the following hole, has pushed Chowrasia to tied 15th spot at 9 under.
You know, on a close day or on a tight leaderboard like this, he's one over for the day and he has slipped from being in the lead group to 15th, as you just mentioned, whereas Jamal and Yuvraj had hung in there. Yuvraj is also one over, but he started at 16 under, so he's 15, whereas Jamal has got one stroke up, three behind at the start of the leader. He is now just one behind. So there is, what would I say? I mean, quick changes on the possessions. Rahil Gangjee has managed to keep his head well above water. In fact, he's doing pretty well after that bogey on the third, two birdies on four and five, and an eagle on seventh. Now he's finished with 10 holes. He's 3 under for the day, and he has risen from 10 under to 13 under. Now that is a bit of a good positive upward move, but even better, 5 under through 12 holes. Michel Ortolani of Italy, seeking his first win on the PGTI Tour. He had a bunch of top tens last year in just about 7 starts.
Yuvraj Sandu, 15 under. He's got more than half the number of holes to play. He will be looking to extend that lead because just hanging on to it by the breadth of a hair is not going to help anyone's cause. He will need to open up a 2 or 3 stroke lead going into the final round. If he has to make a charge and attempt to win the opening tournament of the 2025 PGTI circuit, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025.
Yuvraj Sandu wondering what he needs to do to get that ball fall, drop, and pick a few birdies. Chawrasia would want to know the same. The two stars who started in the lead group on the third day of the PGTI Championships at the Tollygunge Golf Club, the season opener for 2025, a season that promises a lot. 11 events have already been announced, and of course, there's lots and lots more to come, probably another 15 on, with India's legendary cricket captain Kapil Dev at the helm. Himself a keen golfer, there's a lot of expectation about more and more money coming in. And I'm sure this is the man there who's tapping the green, Mukesh Kumar, a legend with more than 100 wins in every corner of this country, who started the sport, and he must be quite proud of what he's achieved. He gave Indian golf a different meaning. And here is Manjot Singh, a youngster who I'm sure is like less than a third or at least less than a half of Mukesh's age, learning the tricks of the trade from a man who knows it all, won everywhere. He even had an Asian tour win, which he called always as an icing on the cake on what was a wonderful career. But remember, prize money in those days was small. If it was anything like this, what it has been for the past 5 years, Mukesh Kumar would have made 5 times the amount of money that he did in his career. But to Mukesh, and for all fans of Mukesh like I am, Mukesh is a true legend, a man who could do anything on a golf course.
So leaderboard, Yuvraj Sandhu sitting pretty at 15 under on top. He has of course dropped a shot. He was at 16 under, teeing off the first today. After 2 rounds, one each of 63 and 61, which is just one short of the course record. But today he's playing to one over, courtesy of bogey start to his round. Jamal Hussain placed second at 14 under and Rahil Gangjee third at 13 under. And that's missed it to the left by a fair amount. 2.5 or 3 foot putt, I would say. Ankur Chadda misses it to the left by a foot and a half. Mukesh Kumar essentially looking to consolidate his place and creep into the top 10. It's a long way to go. He's not had a great day today with a double bogey and 2 bogeys dotting his card. It'll be a hard task for him to turn the tide in his favor, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. So the best performer in this 3 ball is Ankur Chadda. Ankur is tied 37th presently, 4 under for the tournament, but a double bogey on his outward journey on the 16th didn't help his cause. And this missed putt now, or misread putt, so to speak, has left him with a slightly tight, what looks like a downhill putt. 3 foot putt. It's all about alignment, lining up, reading the line, and letting it rip. And he's found the cup. The Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025, very tightly poised. That has missed the cup again. Putting is indeed a skill that few golfers have mastered. You can get really penalized on the greens if you err. An uphill putt. finds the heart of the cup. What a brilliant putt that is. That's about a 20-footer, directed and struck to perfection. Meanwhile, we have Jamal Hussain, who scored a birdie on the ninth, leapfrogging into the tied lead with Yuvraj Sandu at 15 under. 9 holes up for the leader group, 9 more to go. The shorter the putt, the more nerve-wracking it is. And that is one of the reasons why I missed it by the breadth of a hair. And each of these strokes, the beauty of golf is a 6-inch putt is one stroke, as is a 350-yard drive. So erring on the greens is more probable, but equally penalizing.
The very wonderful highlights of great play so far. Next happening up there on the leaderboard. Jamal Hussain playing with that.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's ComFloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
things have gotten very interesting. Italian golfer Ortolani having moved 5 under for the day, 12 under for the event, and now in tied fourth place. This young man having birdied his last 4 holes and 5 of the last 6, certainly making a bit of a statement here. It's remarkable how so many international players from different countries. Of course, we've always had friends from Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. Now we have a tour member from Nepal as well. But just to see a few Europeans, in the past we've had Australians, as well as a couple coming in from the US, coming all the way across to India to gain international exposure, to play in Asian countries, not just playing the PGTI, but also the Asian Development Tour. This really augurs well for the game in India to be recognized. Obviously, world ranking points help significantly, providing the allure for international players to come and play and compete on the PGTI. And playing on the PGTI also gives them access to other countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand. So it's a very good base and a great part of their learning and growth curve. As younger golfers coming out to gain experience, play on different conditions, all wonderful for the game of golf. So Jamal and Yuvraj tied at 15 under, Rahil still at 13, and the wily old Shamim Khan at 3 under for the day today and 12 under for the event. So a lot of red numbers up there today. Just our leader, a co-leader now, Yuvraj, at 1 over, along with SSP Chawrasia. So clearly, a couple of the boys in the last group struggling a little bit today. But with 9 holes to go, I'm sure they'll be back. They've got enough experience and enough firepower to prevail over the back 9. We have local boy, Rahil Gangjee, grew up playing his golf here at Tolly. Now, of course, he lives in Bangalore. And that's a great putt. Clearly, the not so young Rahil Gangjee knows his greens, sprightly customer, always smiling, ever popular amongst his peers, with fellow golfers, has a lot of time for juniors, spends a lot of time with younger players that are invested in the game, are looking at building a future. He has all the time in the world for them. And that's what's made Rahil a truly solid ambassador for this game, not just in India, but overseas as well. Spent a lot in Asia, played for a number of years on the web.com, which is now, of course, the Corn Ferry Tour. That was, of course, at the behest of Arjun Sharma, who's been one of the most successful.
Hello, my name is Adil Bedi. I'm a professional on the PGTI, and today I'll be taking you through my warm-up routine, which I do before every round. So first, I like to start from the ground up. So I like to work on my ankles a little bit, get them nice and loose on both fronts. Next, I like to stretch my hips, get these hip flexors stretched out. Next, I like to do some rotational movements. Then I like to work my shoulders and my scapulas. So for that, I simply just do a few rotations on the front side and the back side. Then wrists and elbows are obviously of great use to us because they take a lot of impact during shots, and especially during shots from harder lies where we're in the trees or in the rough. They take a lot of impact. So we have to stretch them. We have to strengthen them quite a lot. And to finish up, I always like to stretch my neck muscles also, because when we are rotating, our neck takes a lot of load. So we want to always stretch these muscles which take the load in the swing. Finish up with some head rotations. And yeah, this is my stretching routine before every round.
Well, thank you, Adil. That was wonderful. And Adil's himself a fabulous young man, a fabulous young golfer based out of Chandigarh. And most of us who've been connected with Indian golf have seen him move up the ranks as a junior, then as a top amateur, and now, of course, as a young professional. So while we've been listening to Adil, there's been a lot of movement. Abhinav Lohan as well has moved up to 5 under for the day and 17 spots now to occupy ninth position at a total of 10 under par. And Thangaraja, who's cruising around nicely at 5 under for the day, has dropped a shot and fallen back, well, a few spots, but still has a few holes to go. And things are looking good. It's getting very interesting. You see a lot of upward movement. Varun Parakh has moved up 7 spots, 3 under for the day today, and he's cruising along nicely at 10 under in ninth place. Akshay Sharma as well, sharing 9th spot with Varun, also 3 under for the day and 10 under for the tournament. We move on to hole number 14. A 356-yard par 4. Again, a couple of strategies in play. Some of the boys hitting long irons of the tee and positioning themselves nicely. And then there are the others who take out the big stick and try and hit it pretty close to the green. Here we have young Navid Kshitij Kaul, one of the bright young stars on the PGTI. Not a very good result for his efforts. Doesn't seem happy at all as he bounces along onto the putting surface. He was expecting a little better from himself. Still a bit of work to do. That is a slippery pin position. Kshitij playing alongside Milind Soni, another young, and Harinder Gupta. Harinder himself was a tremendous amateur. Played a lot of top junior golf as well, and has been a long-term member now of the PGTI, I would imagine, for close to about 15 years. And while we've been watching this group, Ortolani has made another birdie and moved up to 6 under for the day and 13 under for the tournament after 15 holes. So he's certainly putting himself in the mix. And if he could possibly maybe get another birdie and end the day maybe about 14 under, that should certainly make him a very serious contender for the top prize. A good chip there from Sony. Leaves himself a couple of feet. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That was Harinder Gupta. That looks very, very good. Got the pace right. Dropped off a bit to the right. Leaves himself about a foot and a half to clean up. You see young Milan Soni practicing something called the in-point technique. Typically, the feet are a critical part of figuring out the lines in the putts. Loosely put, the eyes can play tricks based on the visual deceptions, on contours on the green and behind the green and in the surrounds. But the feet give a better sense of the lay of the land and the slope. And when there are slight and minuscule slopes, standing across the line of the putt with both your feet gives you a better sense of which way it moves based on the balance of your body at that point. So these are the small, additions that have truly happened. Well, there you go. Again, it drops off to the right, like we saw Kshitij's chip. So certainly a little bit more movement there that the players are, able to evaluate. A bit of this depends on the visuals that the player sees and also the grain of the nap on the green in terms of the direction in which the grass grows or has been cut on a regular basis. Milan Soni and Kshitij Kaul, as my colleague Swami mentions, have both represented the national team at the Asia Pacific Amateurs in the past. So both absolute top pedigree players, have been absolute top juniors, top amateurs. And Kshitij, of course, has also won the Panasonic Open, which is an Asian Tour event. So some nice, bright young stars on the screen before us. Here we are by Soya. Likely has a wedge to the green. Doesn't really go after the flag. I think he's missed just to the right. Definitely aggressive. But luckily in the short stuff, so he should have a fairly simple chip. The green seems to be sloping away from him, so he's certainly going to have to control that. Need deft touch and hands to deal with that one for sure. The 12th, of course, where we are, is a 370-yard hole where strategy typically plays a part. Certainly where the pin has been cut today brings risk and reward into play. A hazard or a penalty area, as we now call it, sitting in front of the green. So plenty of room, of course, behind the hazard to get onto the green. But visually, of course, it's a bit of a deception and something that the players have to, at all levels, take into account. So the leaderboard remains largely unchanged, with Jamal and Yuvraj both at 16 under, Rahil at 14, followed by Ortolani at 13, and Shamim Khan, Honey by Soya at 12. Arjun Sharma and Dharma at 11. And then we, of course, have a bunch at 10 under, 6 of them bunched up together. Looks like a good strike. Definitely taking on the flag. He's exactly centered past. And this one's certainly going to be a bit of a tricky up and down. It's not quite in the short stuff, and not quite in the rough. Yep, as we expected, never easy when you short side yourself. Blast it out of the sand on a downslope. Probably not lying very well in the sand, I imagine, because he was not able to put much spin on it. It was largely a chunk and run kind of a shot. We move on to our co-leader, Yavraj. He's just not able to make any putts today. You have to make a few of these bigger putts to put a low number out there. It isn't every day that you keep hitting them very close and very tight. You need to make a few of the bigger ones as well to keep the score rolling and the red numbers coming up. SSP Chawrasia, he needs to make a few of these. He's dropped down a bit on the leaderboard. An early double bogey having clearly hurt his scorecard. And then with the birdies not really coming his way, he seems to be struggling a little bit today, particularly on the greens. Has he made it? Yes, indeed. Well done, SSP. A well-timed birdie. Just about the time that we were talking about the putts not falling for him today. He goes ahead and makes one. You can see a big fat smile on his face, and rightly so, well deserved. Eventually, this is really what it comes down to, making the putts that matter, pulling a few long ones, and then making your up and downs when you actually miss the greens. And that really, therein lies the difference between the winner or the top 5 or the top 10 players and the ones who just aren't making putts. They're still hitting a bunch of greens every day. It really comes down to the flat stick. Here we have your Raj. Yes, safely done. Stays at 16 under. And Jamal keeping pace with him. That's another look at SSP's putt. Just looked like it was running out of steam. Clearly he knows these greens exceedingly well. Finds its way back right into the center of the cup. Great pace and great read of the putting line. onwards onto the iconic 18th hole, the 200-yard par 3, the lovely Shamiana as a backdrop, surrounded by a bunch of bunkers. Makes for a very, very interesting finishing hole. Particularly on weekends, Saturdays and Sundays. There's a bit of Indian noise from the happy members having lunch in the back of the Shamiana. So certainly, you have to block out that noise and play that 18th hole with all your focus. Doesn't look too happy. Had one of his hands come off the grip. Clearly not the golf swing he was looking at making. And we move on to the 14th hole with the group of young Karandeep Kochar, Saptak Talwar, and Harsh Gangwar. Young Karandeep Kochar, a standout young amateur from Chandigarh, had a stellar amateur career and now doing very well for himself in the professional ranks. Karandeep works very closely with Jesse Grewal, Chandigarh-based coach, who also happens to be the coach of Shubham Sharma. Very hard-working young man we have there. Seems to have left that one short on this 356-yard par 4. Saw him a couple of weeks ago at the International Series event at the DLF in Gurgaon.
The third display has every makings of what the Aussies would call a humdinger. It's
Well, as I was mentioning a little while earlier, in golf, traditionally we call the third day as the moving day, but it also depends on which way you're moving. You're moving up or you're moving down. So, and the length of the face, the longer the face, the more you move down, and the brighter the smile, the more you moved up. And so, at the end of the day, what they should do is line up all the players and ask them to smile. If they smile, that means they moved up.
that putt was like an upturned smile.
Saptak Talwar. He did make a limited status card on the Hotel Planner Tour, the erstwhile Challenge Tour. He's got a few starts, but he's still been finding himself in the reserves. Hopefully, when he gets a couple of starts and gets a couple of good results in the re-ranking, he could move up and find that he could be at the first tee a few more times. And I'm sure he is looking very eagerly to those two starts he will surely get at the Kolkata and then the Delhi Challenge. Both $300,000 events, co-sanctioned by the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. Next month is really going to be a busy time for Indian golf. 3 international events, 2 Hotel Planner Tour events, and 1 Indian Open, the 2.5 million event on the main tour. A lot to look forward to, and I'm sure all these boys who are here at this event and will be at the next few are all trying to play themselves into the right kind of form to make waves there. This is Saptak Talwar on feed 1. Last year was a pretty decent year for Saptak. He actually registered his one of his best finishes on the international stage, a tied 6th in the Indonesian Open. Played a lot on the domestic tour also, and he got himself a status on the Hotel Planner Tour. There's one young man right at the other end of the screen, and he's almost telling the ball to go into the hole.
Tantalizing, to say the least. That missed by a whisker.
Yes.
That was drained. One more to go.
Look at that young man right there. There is one young man on the putting green. There's another young man there in a blue cap enjoying himself.
This is Tata Steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when you join them? Something remarkable, like the material of the future. Fiber reinforced polymers that goes beyond steel. That is high on strength and corrosion resistance, and is cost effective. A material that will be used in foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles, as also in infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
ये रात में जो मजा है, मजा ये कुछ नया नया है। ये मुझको आज क्या हुआ है, ये झूमता ही जा रहा है। हम कहाँ हैं, तुम कहाँ हो, दिल कहाँ पे होश।
Bisleri, drink it up.
We are back into action here.
Jamal Hussain with a birdie on the 10th has moved to 16 under. Yuvraj Sandhu also carded a birdie on the opening hole of his return journey. Both are tied at 16 under for the lead. Rahil Gangjee sits at sole third position at 14 under. And Michel Ortolani, the Italian contender, with a string of birdies, 5 birdies to be precise, from the 9th to the 13th hole, followed by a couple of pars, is now sitting at fourth place at 13 under.
Rahil Gangjee out there. I'm sure he'll be looking forward to a birdie or two in these closing stages of his third round. About 4 holes left now. Sorry, 5 left for him. He's okay, 4 under for the day. He's made a decent move from 10 under to 14 under and just 2 shots behind. He's just 2 behind Yuvraj and Jamal Hussain. He started the day at 6 in deficit of Yuvraj. So Rahil has cut the deficit with both Yuvraj and Jamal. And I think he must be feeling pretty pleased, except that he would love to pick one more. The par on the 13th would have been a bit disappointing for him. He loves to capitalize on these par fives and pick up those birdies on those big holes.
Another man who is climbing up the leaderboard is Kshitij Naveed Kaul. The talented youngster has carded birdies on the 7th, 10th, 13th, and 15th to sit at 11 under, which is a tied 6th place. He shot a 68 and a 64 in the opening 2 rounds, so it's another guy to contend with. So the leaderboard looks very healthy. Jamal Hussain, Yuvraj Sandhu in the lead, Rahil Gangjee number 3, Michel Ortolani at 4, Shamim Khan at 5, and 4 talented golfers including Hani Basoya, Kshitij Naveed Kaul, Akshay Sharma, and Arjun Sharma at tied 6th. Just a handful of strokes separating them from the leader. That is 5 strokes away from the leaders. 4 strokes to be precise. 5, 11, and 16.
The man there on the feed to Yuvraj Sandhu. Sachin Basoya. Must tell you a very interesting story of Kshitij Naveed Kaul and Yuvraj Sandhu. They were teammates for 3 years in a row at the Asia Pacific Amateur Championships, which was one of the biggest amateur events in the whole of Asia, from where the winner qualifies for the Masters. Of course, no Indian has won it. The closest any Indian came was Rehan Thomas, who came second at Sentosa the year when Kshitij and Sandhu were also in the team. Of course, Rehan Thomas is now playing on the Conferi Tour. He won in Coimbatore last year in his rookie year as a pro after finishing college from Oklahoma in the US. Oklahoma is the same university from where Victor Hovland and Ricky Fowler have emerged on World Golf. Kshitij was also the youngest player ever to have reached the All India Amateur Golf Finals, which was way back almost 10 years ago, or rather, exactly 10 years ago in 2015. He lost at that time to a player who called Priyanshu. Unfortunately, Priyanshu is not much to be seen these days.
Reverse grip.
So all these players have got lovely stories behind them. Rahil Gangjee. Pop goes Weasel. Wonderful. That's another. Just as the round is coming towards an end, you don't want to give away shots. You just want to pick up one or two if you can towards the end. This is a golf course which finishes with a par 3. So you want to make sure that there are no mistakes here and there. This also has just two par 5s, a par 70 course, approximately 6,300 yards. A course on the shortest side, but challenging nevertheless. Look at the amount of greenery and foliage. Trees remind you of the Delhi Golf Club. There's so much of greenery here. It's an old club.
Another thing, sir, it's a completely windless day.
That's true. That is true.
Leaf is rustling.
Oh, Sachin. Talking of the Tolly Club, it's about 100 hectares, 100 acres, par 70. It even has a floodlit driving range and an illuminated putting and chipping green area. The practice areas are absolutely fabulous. I have seen many golfers from RCGC try and get to Tolly to practice. It's a fabulous place. And of course, the food is brilliant. And we just saw the majestic clubhouse there.
The roles these caddies play in a round of golf is invaluable. Almost a crutch for the golfer.
In the circles in various golf clubs and courses, the caddies are as famous as the players. And I've seen players argue about their caddies not wanting them to get off to another player. They're very possessive about their bagmen, and the bagmen are very loyal too. And there you see the train, Calcutta, the city of joy. What a lovely overview, an aerial shot that really makes you wonder, what a wonderful, what a great city this is. It's a sporting city. It's a city that has produced great golfers. Arjun Feroz Ali, Basad Ali, SSP Chawrasia, Indrajit Bhalotia, Rahil Gangjee. I mean, the list is long and big. And the golf course, the Royal Calcutta Golf Course, which is on the other side of the road, one of the oldest, second oldest outside of the oldest club outside of the United Kingdom. The oldest, of course, being the old course at St Andrews. And the Tolly has its own place in history. It's a club with great legacy. It's absolutely magnificent.
The challenges of having a course conclude with a par 3. You
Yes.
have very few options left. You have to be accurate and no scope for error there. Especially if the tournament is concluding on that hole. To begin with, it calls for great viewership. You can get a lot of people to sit and watch that final hole. If it goes into a playoff, even better. As you can see, not a leaf is ruffling, the flag is still as they come. So wind plays no factor today. But accuracy is still paramount to success. The beautifully designed and challengingly designed golf course with its equally challenging pin positions on day three and greens that are reading 10.2 on the snip meter are good enough challenges to test the best in the business. And we do have the best in the business here with Jamal Hussain and Yuvraj Sandu leading the pack at 16 under and Rahil Gangjee breathing down their necks just 2 strokes behind at 14 under.
So almost two-thirds of the third round has been played out. 12 holes gone for the lead group. Jamal and Yuvraj still they're very much on the top, but dropping out of the first page of the leaderboard is SSV Chawrasia, the local star, the local favorite. Unfortunately, it's not been a great day for him. Actually, it's not as if SSP Chawrasia has done too badly. I mean, rather well, of course. He wouldn't be too happy with it. He's even par for the day. One double bogey and two birdies in 12 holes so far. And talking of Chawrasia, there he is on the 13th, the 498-yard par 5. I'm sure he's looking at a possibility of a birdie there to try and salvage his round. So tight is the leaderboard that at 10 under, SSP is tied 10th. One shot more, a gain of one shot would put him in the top 6. And a gain of 12 shots would get him into even higher.
So he's pretty much in contention.
Oh, yes. I mean, the gap is so little. It's 10 and 6. He's at 10 and the leaders are at 16. We saw that right in the morning. A 2-shot swing in one hole on the very first hole when Jamal birdied and Yuvraj bogeyed. So anything can happen and fortunes can swing from one end to the other. There is Thangaraja, the man who is bogey free so far today. No, I'm sorry, that's not Thangaraja. That's Dharma.
It's a largish green to play with, but then again, the bunker comes into play.
Dharma's also even par for the day, 2 birdies and 2 bogeys. He's playing alongside Hani Basoya and Arjun Sharma.
The strange thing when you look at the hole by hole score is in the top 7 golfers on the leaderboard, everyone has played to 3 under or less, except for Yuvraj Sandu, who's still playing only to par. And the best performer here being Michel Ortolani, the Italian golfer, who is playing 6 under today and is 13 under for the whole for the tournament thus far. But it's very strange that Yuvraj Sandu is in the lead, but continues to play to par after 12 holes.
That's the advantage of having a 3-shot lead when you come into the third round. At the end of the day, what matters? He's had a great start on day 1 and day 2 with 63 and 61, 7 under and 9 under. So certainly, I mean, that cushion has carried him through so far.
So whoever said well begun is half done knew what he was talking about.
Oh, certainly. I mean, in golf, there are many players who talk about, say, coming back from behind. I mean, and I've heard so many golfers saying, I'd rather be 5 ahead rather than 1 behind. So whatever it is, I mean, I want to save as many shots as possible and get up there, right up there. So Hani Basoya, Dharma, that languid walk, very, very relaxed, a smiling face, always.
Measuring the distance between the ball and the cup.
Well, it might seem that he's taking a lot of time, but he's actually not wasting his own time because another player is addressed the ball and is in the process of taking a shot. So, actually, if you look at it, Dharma is making good use of the time he's getting to work that out while the other player is getting ready. He checks out the steps and gets ready for his shot. So, when it's his turn to take a shot, I'm sure he'll be ready. So, he's there. A couple of practice swings. I hope he doesn't take any more. It's 3 practice swings already. Now I think it's time to get to action. You practice so often, when you practice so many times a practice swing, you are in the realms of doubt. And that is never a good thing. You need to be confident, you need to know what you're going to do. Better to take it quickly and get it with. Sometimes taking too long actually creates uncertainty. That was a pretty long time that Dharma took. And here is Hani Basoya.
Hands moving.
It was a bad shot. He almost double hit it. He kind of really, really duffed it. That was not a good shot. He's not going to be too happy about it. Messed it up.
Anibasa is currently tied sixth, and he would certainly have wanted to birdie the soul and nudge closer to the leaders. Sizing it up before letting it rip. It's a well struck ball, but it is a good 3 feet short of the cup.
Strangely, all 3 players have left themselves a bit of work to do. It's not easy tap-ins or no close birdies or close putts. All 3 of them are going to have a bit of a trouble there trying to save that. It's a par 4, so there's no hiding.
That's a sea of colors there. A twin colored putter. Ooh. And it rolls past 2.5 feet to 3 feet from the cup.
Now that will seem like double that distance because when he's coming back, he's just trying to save shots with every one time. And that's not a very good thing. He's going to drop out of the top 10 if he misses out there.
Luckily, it's an uphill putt, sir, because otherwise a downhill putt can be daunting. Meanwhile, we have Shamim Khan in fourth place, having eagled the 10th. Shamim has parred the next four holes. He's sitting at 3 under for the day and 12 under overall. Very dangerous customer, and Rahil, Yuvraj, and Jamal will be aware of the lurking threat that Shamim poses.
Not a tap in for Honey by any chance. Can't take it. These 18-inch putts, 20-inch putts. Cleans it up nevertheless. There is a nod, a kind of shaking his head. Not happy.
Meanwhile, Michel Ortolani has had an unfortunate end to his final round. We were talking about the par 3 18th, and he's double bogeyed it. Sorry, triple bogeyed it. It's triple bogeyed it. It slipped
The
to
vagaries of golf. You do so much of hard work through the day, and one hole snatches away all that hard work. 3 shots gone on a single hole, the very last one of the day, and from 13 under, he drops to 10 under. He had 4 in a row from 10 to 13, 4 birdies, 4 pars, and then boom, a triple bogey. Here is Arjun Sharma. Cleans it up. Now Dharma. The next group you can see in the background is waiting to get going. The group behind these guys is the lead group: SSB Chawrasia, Jamal, Hussain, and Yuvraj Sandu.
This was the uphill putt we talked about. Will he be able to sink it? M. Dharma.
Told you those 3.5, 3 foot, 4 feet seem twice the distance and more. And there it is, hanging on the lip, and he gives it all the time to fall. It refuses. Golf balls have a tendency to be obstinate, worse than 3-year-old kids. And back to the 14th tee, where the lead group is about to get off. Yuvraj Sandu there. The Honey misses it. Arjun drops it, and Dharma sees his ball hanging on the lip. Contrasting fortunes there. The only man leaving the green happy, Arjun.
Meanwhile, Akshay Sharma has finished his round with a birdie. At 11 under, he occupies the tied 5th spot. He will return tomorrow to do battle.
So that was a good job done. 4 under on a day when the scores weren't so heavy. At one time, Ortolani was 6 till he finished at 3 under. There are a couple of 5 unders there, Abhinav Lohan and Thangaraja, who shot 5 under each and made a significant move up to look like as if they could challenge the leaders, but Yuvraj Sandu has taken good opportunity, has taken a shot on the 15, the par 5. He's made sure he's not going to let that chance go. So he gets back to one shot. And I'm sure that what he is now trying his level best is to ensure that he's at least one and hopefully two ahead after falling behind at one stage, falling behind Jamal Hussain. So now here it is. Now we are to the next group: Rahil Gangjee, Shamim Khan.
The beautifully manicured fairways of the Tollygunge Club, the par 70 Tollygunge Club, which is hosting the third round of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025. The tournament itself is extremely interestingly poised. Yuvraj Sandu is now in the lead, has a one stroke lead courtesy of birdie on the 13th. One stroke behind him is Jamal Hussain, who has a tendency to perform well in the eastern part of the world. He won in Big Boy last year, in 2024. And here he is in the one stroke behind the leader. For a reasonable amount of time today, he was in the joint lead as well. Rahil Gangjee, the local pro, who's now based out of Bangalore, is in third place at 14 under, and we have Shamim Khan in fourth place at 12 under. Unfortunately, the Italian challenge, Michel Ortolani, who was in fourth place, triple bogeyed the final hole of his round on the par 3 18th to drop to the tied ninth position at 10 under. Tomorrow's another day. It's a game of nerves, this golf, and Yuvraj Sandhu, though in the lead, as they say, uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
That's right. And the only crown that they want is a big check and a lot of points.
So all the pressure is on Yuvraj. He will want to, as Swami Sir just mentioned, he will want to walk into the sunset today with at least a two stroke lead, preferably three, as he was after the second round. That will help him set up a good fight in the final round of this opening tournament of the 2025 PGTI Tour, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025. Feed 1 and feed 2.
Oh, shaving the cup. Shaves. Close shaves.
That would have been one hell of an effort.
Sachin Basoya knows it. Decides to tap it and finish that hole. But a good effort from there. Sachin can be proud of that. Such long putts are not expected to fall, and when they do, they become a bonus. Shamim Khan again from the edge.
The quality of coverage, golf coverage, is improved by leaps and bounds. Today we have world class coverage thanks to PGTI's constant effort to bring live sport to golf lovers across not just India but across the world. Ship.
Jamal Hussain comes out of it nicely. That is a good bunker shot. He's happy, his caddy is happy.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Back to action. Those were our sponsors, people who keep the golf tour going. And that was last one was Athletic Drive, the lovely shirts that they make. I must say the golf course looks absolutely splendid. Calcutta or Kolkata, which has a big reputation as a sports loving city with great food and absolutely warm people. Yeah, yes, I was warm. I was also born there. And right now, things don't look too warm for Yuvraj Sandu. His putter is pretty cold. As for this golf course, the par 70 18 hole facility spread over 100 acres in the heart of Calcutta in the Tollygunge area, this famous club has got so much to offer for a social life and for sporting people. It has a floodlit range, practice areas which you can use late into the evenings, and they have an absolute disciplinarian right at the top, a magnificent gentleman, Brigadier Venu Ganpati, a former army man who now takes care of this as the chief executive and managing member of Tollygunge Club. He played very little golf when he was in the army, focusing on running, a lot of running. But now, with his office right there in a green lung area like the Tollygunge, a beautiful place, he has naturally started swinging the club too. I'm sure he must be very proud of the fact that this tournament, a 1 crore tournament, PGTI Players Championships, which has opened the season, has produced some absolutely wonderful golf. Great golf. It's actually produced some great scores. All the big names. There, one of them right now, SSP Chawrasia, a six-time winner on the Asian Tour. Four of those wins having come on the DP World Tour, which was then called as the European Tour. And here he is. Unfortunately, the ball slides past the hole. He knew it from the moment he struck. That's the beauty of golfers. They know exactly what they've done and they own the responsibility for it. So, a great tournament, as I was saying, still on. One more day to go, and we've got all the action on the YouTube from the Tollygunge Golf Club. So, I must say thank you, Brigadier Ganpati, for presenting such a wonderful course. And this is one of the courses where we have a lot of tournaments there, amateur and professionals. A great place. Look at that beautiful picture, and above now, over that is the scorecard. The stars Yuvraj Sandu, a young man from Chandigarh who plays both on the domestic tour and on the Asian tour with hopes of getting to Europe. Followed by Bangladesh's great guy Jamal Hussain, 16 under, one behind Yuvraj. Rahil Ganjee, the evergreen Kolkatan who has now moved to Bengaluru at 15 under, and of course Shamim Khan, the same age as Rahil at 46, and a man who's actually dominated the domestic scene for many, many years. He's at 12 under, always lurking around somewhere to see if there is an opening. You allow him to put a foot into the door and he pries it open. He is followed by Akshay Sharma at 11 under, and then there is the young gun Kshitij Naved Kaul. Of course, no longer the young gun. He's now been there for quite some time. He's now in his mid 20s, has a few titles on the PGTI tour, and he is followed by Arjun Sharma also at 11 under. Former Asian Games medalist in the team event Abhinav Lohan at 10 under, with N. Thangaraja also at 10 under, and the Italian star Michele Ortolani, who at one stage this afternoon was 6 under and threatening to get into the top echelons of this leaderboard, and then it came crashing down with a triple bogey at the closing par 3 18th, which is a feature of the Tollygunge Golf Club. The vagaries of golf. For a few moments, you are right there on the top, and then you slide down. Beautiful. That's what beautiful golf is all about.
Tight as it gets. We have an exciting final day's play. Presently, there is just 4 holes left for the leader group to complete. The City of Joy will certainly be that and a lot more tomorrow when the 4th round of the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025 kickstarts at the Par 70 Tollygunge Club. Make sure you're there if you are in Kolkata, because history will unfurl.
Rahil Ganjee out there. The closing stages of the round for him. A couple of holes left now. Rahil has crept a bit closer to the leaders. A birdie on the par 4 16th. $15 under. There was something so intense about Rahil Ganjee. He just hates giving up. Pugnacious, tenacious, use any word you want to. But there's one word that doesn't exist in his dictionary: giving up. This week he doesn't have his wife Ruhi on the back, but she's often up there with him. A great pair, a great couple. Shamim Khan, a legend in his own right. That's a bit of trouble for Rahil.
The ground there looks a little hard.
He's got his wedge out there.
Not too much grass for any kind of give. It's a fear of topping the ball.
These are professionals of the highest quality. You don't see them topping the ball like you and I do.
As I do, sir. You're on top of the ball. I top the ball. Let's watch the shot. A lot of learnings from it. Live feed 1, Rahil Gangjee.
Live feed 2, Dharma. Yeah, that's a beautiful one. That is inches away. It could even drop. No, it doesn't. Rahil's ball rushes away a bit, leaves him a long putt. Rahil is desperate for a closing birdie or two. He's got just nearing the end of his round.
Now the ball slides off the slope of the green. Another tight.
Overall, Ashwin, the scores have been pretty decent. No one's dropped a bunch of bogeys or something. Of course, Karandeep coach is not going to like that, but I say, and there is some wind there, and one of the board goes down. Karandeep coach is normally a very consistent player. He's dropped 4 shots, and he still has 3 more holes to play. It's just -1, but he got a very, very eventful day with 5 birdies and 4 bogeys. This is Sachin Basoya within tapping range.
Needless to say, the most disappointed man today will be Michel Ortolani. It's a beautiful picture there of Rahil sizing up the hole and sizing up his putt. His ball ran past the hole a little more than he expected. Rahil Gangjee, who's played all his golf in Kolkata, is now based in Bangalore. Meanwhile, on live feed 2, another example of a bump and run, but unfortunately, that's
runs too far away.
Too much run and less bump. We're drawing to the close of day 3, and the leaderboard couldn't be any tighter.
Just a wee bit breaks before he intended it. Raj? Oof. Pretty decent job there. I mean, it wasn't an easy lie there. Sorry, that wasn't you, Raj. Saptak.
That's a good putt on live feed one.
And who was but Shamim?
Shamim Khan, the dark horse and the most dangerous golfer in the fray right now. He's like a wounded tiger.
Hani Basoya, the Delhi man who's played a lot on the Asian Tour too. A couple of years back, Hani Basoya really showed what he is. I'll just tell you once he finishes this putt. Just to tap in now, Hani was getting married in the week of the Challenger event in Delhi. He had initially intended not to play it. His plan was not to play it. And then he did because he wanted to complete the minimum number of events on the Indian tour. And because he was playing a lot on the Asian tour at that time. And he was getting married. So he attended the dinner party, had it full, and he told me the next day that he was awake till 4 o'clock and he was back in the club at about 8 or so to play the round. And you won't believe it, he played 5 under.
Did he win it?
No, he didn't win the tournament, but he did a pretty decent job. What I'm trying to say is that the next day, with barely 4 hours of sleep or 3 hours of sleep, and so much excitement in his life, he still came back and shot 5 under the next day. Adrenaline. And here is Shamim Khan's wonderful putt. Hani Basoya, the man we were talking about. Harsh Gangwar. He was pretty much up there at the start of the day.
That's run way past the hole. You would have wanted to put a little bit of less power behind that shot. So longer the putt, the harder it is to sink it in one. Of course, we've seen some really short putts also missed today, but ideally you'd like to keep it as close to the pin as possible.
It's not an easy day for Harsh. 4 bogeys, 1 double bogey, and 4 birdies. Eventful.
And as we speak, Rahil Gangjee has dropped a shot on the 17th.
That was the short putt that you saw him drop.
He slipped to 14 under, but still occupies the third position. So nothing lost there, but he's now 3 strokes behind the leader Yuvraj Sandu and 2 behind Jamal Hussain.
And it was a 2-shot swing with his old buddy Shamim Khan. Shamim got a birdie there on the 17th, and Rahil dropped a bogey. So 2-shot swing. From 15, Rahil fell to 14, and from 12, Shamim rose to 13. A few minutes later, my colleague Ashwin had said the dark horse is Shamim Khan. Now he seems to be galloping towards the end on the third day, making a good move, a solid move. He is 4 under, as is Rahil. Never count either of these two guys out.
And what we have here We've had both Yuvraj Sandu and Jamal Hussain birdie the 15th, the par 4 15th. Now Yuvraj leads at 18 under, Jamal at 17 under, and then follows Rahil Gangjee at 14 under and Shamim Khan at 13 under. Now, as Yuvraj inches closer to that figure of 24 under, which is a 4-day winning record on the PGTI circuit, we can expect some fireworks. Will he be able to birdie another hole or two on his way towards the clubhouse after on round 3 of this extremely interesting Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship 2025?
The first of the 11 events in the first half of 2025, a calendar put together by the board, the players, in what has been the first. This is the first event under the new leadership of Amandeep Joel, who's taken over as the CEO of the PGTI, and with the Indian legend Kapil Dev there as the president. The two hope to dramatically increase the number of events and the prize purse on the tour. And the players couldn't be happier. Kapil, of course, led India to that famous World Cup victory in 1983, which redefined sport in India, not just cricket. And Amandeep Joel played professional golf, a lot of it on the Indian and the Asian tour, a coach, and now in charge of India's professional golf. Interestingly, it's a player's body, so players being there at the helm means a lot. Preceding Amandeep Joel was Uttam Singh Mundi, another wonderful professional golfer who had a long stint at the helm. And now Amandeep Joel. Players heading players, golf sporting bodies is always very interesting and encouraging. In the meantime, Krishna Vedkol has finished his round, and unfortunately, it's with a bogey. She is 2 under for the day and 10 under for 3 rounds so far. He is in a tie for 7th. And at 10 under, he is 8 behind Yuvraj Sandu. Would seem a big deficit to make up on with 1 round left.
What will be interesting to watch is the leader group on the final hole on the par 3 18th.
That was just Saptak Talwar leading up, and now Karandeep Kocher. Saptak had a good run, 3 birdies in a row from 5, 6, 7. Later he dropped a shot on the 11th. 2 under so far for the day and 10 under for the 3 rounds so far. Karandeep Kocher. Karandeep Kocher has not been the kind of a week he really would have wanted. Very eventful, as I said. 5 birdies and 4 bogeys. And there in the background, you can see SSB Chawrasia. And of course, here is Yuvraj Sandu. Sorry, Jamal Hussain.
Jamal is just out of the woods, so to speak. Lucky his ball didn't travel another foot or two to the right.
Really, he could have lost himself. It's so dense.
Well, Well, he's found the green. How far he is from the pin is something that has to be seen. That's the crowd following the leader group. Practice swings on the cart path before he addresses the ball. Up, up, and about. Well, that's a reasonable distance from the pin. Certainly puttable. Meanwhile, Jamal Hussain is a fair distance from the pin, easily 35 to 40 feet. 30 feet, I would say. It's a long bit of distance to cover. This is a par 4 16th hole. 2 on, to the putt, to par. He needs to birdie it and nudge ahead. He needs to sink that monster putt. Not enough juice behind that. Falls a little short. He would have wanted it to run to at least in line with the hole. SSP Chawrasia has not been able to showcase his A game today. A legend in every sense of the word. Chawrasia has definitely fallen short of his own expectations. He started off really well. However, at 9 under, he's a good 9 strokes adrift of the leader. Not that easy to cover up, considering 8 strokes adrift of Chawrasia is Jamal Hussain, ahead of Chawrasia is Jamal Hussain. So there's a lot of hard work to be done, and one has to hope and pray that there's a collapse at the top. Well, he's all set for par as Jamal Hussain. Walk on to the 17th tee box at 4 under. That is if he sinks this putt. Meanwhile, Yuvraj, who's lining up his putt, is playing to 2 under today. He's made a charge on the back nine with birdies on the 10th, 13th, and the 15th. Oh, and that misses. Still a return putt to execute.
On the right side, on the feed 2, is Rahil Gangjee playing it up, closing. Off comes the cap. Customary handshake at the end of a hard day.
Two holes left for the leader group to play.
So that's the end of the day for Shamim, Sachin, and Rahil Gangjee. And on the left feed, you see SSV Chawrasia asking that irritant fly to get out of his way.
Yuvraj Sandu has done reasonably well to retain his lead after so many seesaw moments today. Oh, would you believe that? That too.
Yes, I can. It
SSB
took too much time.
Well, that doesn't go too well.
The stress and tension gets the better. The big slide of the day for SSB Chawrasia. And on the 18th, we now have we're now moving on to the 18th. Chawrasia is there. This is can't make out clearly. Par 3 17th lands on the green. Sorry, 18th.
This is the famous 18th hole we've been talking about.
18th lands on the green, the par 3.
It doesn't look too daunting, but the fact that you're finishing a round of the par 3 can at times. But there's no scope for error. That's the updated scoreboard. Shamim Khan is now at fourth place at 12 under.
This is steel, and this is an idea. So, what happens when we join them? Something iconic. Like the Bandra Worli Sea Link, an engineering marvel that connects two parts of a thriving city, where Tata Steel's state-of-the-art LRPC strands have played a role, inserted in the concrete deck and anchored to support the vision of New India. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
The leaderboard still shows Sandu right at the top at 18 under with 2 holes to go. Jamal Hussain at 17 under, and Rahil Gangjee has finished the day at 14 under 196.
That was a good chip. Very good chip shot.
And Dharma there. Playing alongside Hanibaso and Arjun Sharma, reaching the closing stages of the third round.
Missed the bus from his reactions, but not much.
Arjun Sharma there. Not taking any chances there. It's a short putt, but he wants to be absolutely sure about that. And he holds it and shows no mistakes.
That's the conclusion of Arjun Sharma's round. Shaking hands. Sportsman spirit prevails. And off they walk into the sunset, only to come back tomorrow to do battle again. Now we have the leader group waiting to complete their duel. Yuvraj Sandu continues in the lead at 18 under. He will want not to relinquish that. In fact, he will want to extend that lead. He has 2 holes to do that, to achieve this objective. 17th and the 18th. They're on the 17th green now. After this comes the par 3 18. It will be interesting to see how the leader group performs there, what strategy they employ. Will they attack the pin or will they play it safe? Meanwhile, we have Jamal Hussain in the bunker yet again. This is not the first time he's gone to the greenside bunker. He's developed an affinity for these bunkers, but he's also managed to negotiate them well enough. There we go. Yet another brilliant bunker shot. That leaves him with a 2.5 foot putt. Meanwhile, Chawrasia playing in the leader group has not quite been part of it. Slipped to the 18th place thanks to yet another bogey on the 16th. He knows better than anyone else that it's never too late in a golf tournament. You can always stage a comeback. After all, he has 20 holes to stage a recovery in. Gangjee sitting 4 strokes behind the leader. Oh, missed it by a mile. He didn't read the break too well.
Well, he read the break badly, I would say.
He's left with an equally long putt to negotiate. Chawrasia, meanwhile, using his age-old technique of reading the line, which hasn't served him too well today, but hopefully he can make amends in the remaining holes of round 3. A hole and a half, so to speak. Well, he drains it. Lovely. Finally.
Finally needed a putt there, a bit of a smile there, even if a small one.
Confidence restored. Chawrasia proceeds to the 18th hole.
Just a while before that, Shamim Khan, after a very, very consistent display, finished the day with a bogey on the 18th, on the par 3 18th, always a dangerous one. The one where Ortolani had a triple bogey, but of course Akshay Sharma had a birdie, as did Sachin Basoya. So contrasting fortunes for different players. Rahil Gangjee closed with a par. So Shamim Khan, 3 under for the day, 12 under for the tournament so far, and lying in 4th place. Yuvraj gets that putt, but I think it's a drop shot. Not sure, of course. Jamal. The 17th is a par 4. Should have been a par 4 Yuvraj, and I think it probably was a par. And here is Jamal. Looking at trying to make some small gains at the end of the day, which could make him feel better with his dinner. The dinner, or rather right now it's lunchtime, so probably he'll feel the lunch will taste very, very good for him. A little bit of a late lunch, but nevertheless, interesting. Okay, so there it goes. Yes, he's happy with that. It looks like a birdie for him.
So Jamal will then be in the lead.
If it was a birdie, then he.
This is Steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Confloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
What a great shot! But he looks tired. And that's a drinks break.
But what's the plus sign for? अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस। जब लगे थकान वाली प्यास, जरूरी है सेल लेवल हाइड्रेशन। इसके इलेक्ट्रोलाइट्स आपके सेल्स को रिहाइड्रेट करें, एनर्जी लौटाएं, थकान वाली प्यास मिटाएं।
जब आपको भी लगे थकान वाली प्यास, अमृतांजन इलेक्ट्रो प्लस, थकान वाली प्यास के लिए।
There it is on the 18th. The first man to go, Chawrasia there. That birdie on the 17th would have been a booster for him. On a day when things haven't gone too well for SSP, that birdie on the 17th would at least make him feel much better. Let's see. That's a bit of a shoulder dropping. Not very happy with his tee shot on the 18th, the closing hole. A par 3, a challenging one. I mean, it looks like a straightforward par 3, but as I say, but again, the undulations and the challenge of this course cannot be undermined at any stage.
There have been 18 bogeys and 3 double bogeys on this par 3 today, sir. So it's clearly not the easiest of holes. I'd love to know what it is in the stroke index.
Sandu still watching the flight. Is he on the green? There is one ball on the green. Is that Yuvraj Sandu? Probably is.
The scorecard doesn't have a stroke index.
And now Jamal Hussain. Only one player seems to have landed nicely on the green. There is one which is well short of the green. He should be happy with a par there. SSP 9 under, a full 9 shots behind. There's a full 9 shots behind Yuvraj Sandu.
Familiar walk of SSPs we've been watching over the years. He's walked.
But I must say one thing, that I am quite impressed by the pace of play. They began somewhere around, I think they were half an hour late, around 9:30, and the round seems to be finishing at just past 2. So just under 4 hours, 40 minutes, perfect for the, pretty good for the round, the final round. So hats off. Well done, Chari. It's the chief referee. And of course, and I think, it has to come down from the top, whether it is the tour administrators, the officials, down to the chief referee and the players board. Everybody has to put their head together and hands together to get this game going. And I think pace of play has become, as I said many times before, is now a concern. And if we can get going like this, great job.
Especially tomorrow when they have a prize presentation ceremony to follow.
Yes, you need to make everything interesting. Remember, and I think with the tone having been set with the first tournament of this season, it should be good. And I hope if Kapil Dev and Amandeep Shawl and their board members are watching this, they should be happy with it. It's been a good job and it's been great. I mean, this opening event of the year and the first commentary session of the year, or the telecast on YouTube brought to you by ABP Network, is fantastic. I really love this, and it also makes the players feel good that there is someone watching them, there is someone following them. I mean, it really makes up for all the effort that these young men put in. Young and not so young men. Oh wow!
Oh,
Hit the stick. Jamal is going to be very disappointed. He almost had an unexpected birdie coming in that would have tied him with Yuvraj Sandhu. Almost there.
that stick stood between him and the lead.
No, I mean, if the pace was too much, the ball could have just simply run away. So you never know. Maybe the ball stopped the stick stopped the ball from just running away.
Probably. The direction was perfect.
Here, Chawrasia.
There we go.
Well,
Chippat
I
Chawrasia
think
is
yes,
best.
he should save his par there, despite having gone off. Jamal is looking at it closely. Why couldn't you? Cleans up that par. A good day's job out there. Yuvraj Sandhu, after a lot of initial trepidations and apprehensions, bogey start, is still there in the lead, all but with just one stroke. Of course, he has to get this par here. Who knows? I mean, he is in a position to sneak in a birdie right at the end. He is, after all, on the green. The lunch will taste better. He began bogey. Can he do it better here? Right at the finish. And carry some happy memories into the final day on Friday, the 14th of February, the Valentine's Day. He is normally a good putter. Of course, everybody has their good and bad days with that short stick, that short, flat stick. Hits the lip and stays out.
The scoreboard is not going to change. The leaderboard, not much, unless Yuvraj.
You may never know. Let the official scores come in. What the scores that we do get from the scoreboard, from the site, is not official till they sign it and the recorders actually register it. So there is always that off chance. I mean, there are the recorders who are walking with the players, or the ones who tell us all the scores, but the players, when they submit the card, that's the final score. Often you keep thinking it's a 3 when it could be a 4, or it could be a 3 when you think it's a 4. Or did I say the same thing? No, I didn't. SSP Chawrasia looking for a closing par.
and he sinks it. Much to his relief.
So, apart closing, the backstretch was pretty eventful with two birdies and two pars, or two birdies and two bogeys, and a double bogey and a birdie on the front nine. So, overall, a day's job of 1 over 71, and SSP Chawrasia will finish at 9 under, and Sandu closes there. Well done, young man, SSP tells Sandu, and there is Jamal Hussain. Great job. That SSP's caddy is his nephew. He's also there. He played golf for a while, but now has decided to focus on elsewhere and be with the SSP. So there it is, the end of the third day's play. We'll have the final confirmation of all the scores from the third round of the PGTI Championships, Tata Steel PGTI Players Championships 2025, presented by Tollygunge Club. Absolutely wonderful golf course. I mean, put up a great job there. Par 70, but a challenging one. The scores may have seemed very, very good over the past 2 days, but today there was a lot of challenge out there, and you've got the scoreboard here. Yuvraj Sandu at 18 under, 192. Ashwin, please go ahead and do
Yuvraj Sandu 18 under, and Jamal Hussain 1 stroke behind at 17 under, 193. Rahil Gangjee is 4 strokes adrift of the leader. It's going to be an interesting leader group tomorrow. Yuvraj, Jamal and Rahil, with Shamim Khan, who's always a threat, as we had mentioned, breathing down their necks, along with Akshay Sharma and Arjun Sharma, who are both tied 5th at 11 under. So Shamim occupies the sole 4th place, and that's a dangerous opponent to have breathing down your neck. So it's going to be an interesting final round, and
there seem to be two sets of players, two kinds of competition going on. There's Yuvraj and Jamal right at the top, with Rahil Gangjee breathing down the neck at 14 under. We know what can happen. Anytime you have someone like Rahil Gangee's experience there, he could change a few things. He is one of the guys who's made the move up. He was in the third last group, and he will now play in the lead group on the final day. Yuvraj, Jamal and Rahil in the lead group tomorrow, with Shamim, Akshay and Arjun in the next. There's a big gap there between Yuvraj and, say, the 5th ranked player Akshay Sharma. 7 shots. That's a big lead. So Yuvraj Sandu, who won 5 times in 2022, and so he could now be showing again, say, signs of coming back to the winner's circle. An absolutely wonderful young man who has shown that he is capable of a lot. And let's hope if he can swing a few things right on the final day, it could be an amazing win for him. The Chandigarh lad.
In all seriousness, it doesn't look likely that the 24 under total of 4 days, that's a record for a PGTI tournament without preferred lies, will be broken tomorrow, but you can never tell, because the best score today has been 5 under. 3 golfers have carded it, and tomorrow being the final day, let's see how it unfolds.
Yuvraj Sandu will be looking forward to holding aloft that trophy which he won 3 years ago, the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championships, presented by Tolly Club in 2022. That set off a chain of 5 wins that season, and he almost topped the order of merit, finishing a close second. So he won that year at the Tata Steel PGTI Players Championships in Chandigarh, the JK Open presented by JK Tourism, Tata Steel PGTI Players Championship, presented by American Express, hosted by Government of Haryana and Panchkula Golf Club. And the 5th win that season in 2022 was the Indian Oil Servo Masters. And he did not win in 23 and 24, though he did win outside India in the Asian Development Tour, the ADT Tour. He would be very thrilled and happy to get back to the winner's circle on the domestic tour where he grew up. So, looking forward to an interesting final day. with Yuvraj Sandu.